All right, that's enough of that. That's enough of that. Is that window gonna happen? Oh, there it is. Hello, everyone. I don't know why it did that transition, because I've said everything wrong. Oh no. Hello, everyone. How you doing? I keep forgetting Dragon Break has changed all my it's always changed all my stuff, so it's all different for a bit. Maybe I'll change this back over here. How are y'all doing? Where's my transitions? There it is. All right, is this smoother? That's better. There we go. There we go. Hey, Elliot, how you doing? Hello, Among Us mates. I am arrived as well. Yes, I'm gonna read. Not this book. This is the book that Elliot will get acquainted with very soon. But I needed to take a photo for the little socials post I was making, and I just put the new Players Handbook over the top of it to make it janky, but still works. But yeah, we're gonna read the Player's Handbook today, the new fancy one. Bold of you to assume I can read. It's a good thing that you don't need to read anything. You just need to sit there and listen to a story and make decisions that could or might not kill you. Especially in the setting we're doing. Sorry. Thoughts on wizards. I haven't so here's the thing. I'm doing mostly a blind read through of this, of Wizards of the Coast. Look. It's a mixed bag. I don't want to just immediately go into that, but they make missteps, then they correct them. Sometimes it's hard to trust again. It's like it's a give and take. It's an ebb and flow. It's a push and pull, whatever you want to call it. I do like. I'll never not play this game in whatever form, but I can. You can be critical of the things that you love. Like, my job depends on it, and also my job depends on running games, not necessarily D&D specifically. But if D&D went down totally, I would suffer. But that doesn't mean I'm going to shill for them. It means that I'm going to be like, well, I'll run other games. I'll be like, people are like, I want to get into D&D. I'll be like, that just went downhill. Would you like to try Pathfinder? Yeah. It's because we got a lot of people in the community that are very, very passionate, which works in our favor for that quite well. All right, I'm just gonna send a cheeky thing to myself. But yeah, it can be both good and bad, because sometimes sometimes we know what we want, sometimes we don't know what we want, and that's a whole thing on its own. Sometimes we do, and it's lucky that a lot of people who also really like D&D are also game designers at the same time. So we do have the benefit of our fandom actually knows how to create good games as well, because the people who work on the games are also fans of the games. Similar to like when you get a hire at like one of your favorite game companies, when you are just as passionate, like if you're a lore keeper or something for like Critical Role, clearly you need to be a really big fan and know your stuff about Critical Role or Bungie or whoever you're working for to then get the make the product in that sense, like keep the universe and the product and the world going in the best of that. So there's merit to it. Big stretch. Make a little noise as well for you. That reminds me, I should be a good boy, because if I'm reading for 3 hours. Have you convinced the chat to work for you yet? I'm not sure. I can also see my docs have kind of reset themselves. Featured chat, that chat. It's longer than I wanted it to. I can see you. I can see you. Yeah, no, I can see the chat feed no matter what. I've got the chat feed in my OBS, but now what I couldn't see was I couldn't see your chat earlier. I didn't like that. I wanted that to be different. Why is that so large? Is that my settings? Let me put on some music while I'm messing around and tooling with stuff. This chat ninja thing hasn't worked in like almost a month, so that working? Did OBS just break? No, we're good. There it is. We haven't really done much. I went on starting soon for. We've only been on for like a few minutes. I did starting soon for too long in short. I also needed to, you know, I've forgotten various things that I'm supposed to have done. Classic me when I'm doing a stream by myself. Let me also just fix this other thing. Yeah, it looks like the chat's working. So yeah, so I'm optimistic in the sense that I, as a DM, like the balance changes for a bunch of this stuff. Jess and I were having a little look at like a couple spells because she was also having a read, and some of this stuff is like some spells are objectively just not as good, but I'm like, is it a balance change, or is this like, is this more of like a situation where it's like there's something else we're not seeing that is in play, you know? Oh, so close. There you go, your chat's now. Controversial take, spellcasters are good. Okay, so I did see one that was, I did see one that I really liked, and it wasn't so much a rule change, it was a rule clarity, which I really like, and I noticed an immediate difference, because I was talking to Ash about it yesterday, when they were saying, do I still, it was regarding the cantrip rule. It's called the cantrip rule, but it's also not called the cantrip rule. Where you can't cast more than one leveled spell a turn, or you can't cast, if you cast a leveled spell, the next one has to be a cantrip. That's confusing as hell to word. They simplified it just to be, and it stops the thing with the action surge or the other spells, like subtle or twin spell and things like that. Basically, it's just, you get one spell that has a slots. You can cast one spell that has a spell slot a turn. If you do anything else, it has to be not using a spell slot. That's like that's the cleanest way you can do it. And that's what they changed it to in the wording. And now there's no like uncertainty. If I take an action surge, can I do one? Technically, yes, but that's not how the rules were intended. So it's like rules versus rules is intended. Now match. And I think from what I know, a lot of that's what's happened here. So, what are you two bloody doing over there? What are you doing over there? Being cheeky? They were being very cheeky earlier, chasing each other, but I couldn't tell if it was like they were playing chasing or being naughty, and one was bullying the other. Which, saying that, the little one bullies the bigger one if that's happening. So I'm like, you know, David's beating up Goliath. The Goliath takes all the food, David beats him up. You know, that's the universe is balanced. Okay. So spellcasters are good. Too good. Well, spellcasters were already overbalanced, right? They already were kind of like, all right, you guys have quite a lot of power in this game. You guys are very much a powerhouse of the edition, and the other classes, the martial classes, like the fighter and the monk, just get outscaled really hard at late game. Yeah, sure, they can fight 4 times in a turn, but that's kind of like the only thing they could do, which is a bit feels bad. Oh, okay. Look, I know of changes, but I haven't read every change. I want to mostly read like the new rules, and then I want to get into the classes, because based on some of the stuff that was coming out on YouTube, looked awesome. I'm really excited for I call it the Yggdrasil Barbarian. It's called the Path of the World Tree, and it's basically like a support control barbarian where you can like teleport you and your friends around the battlefield and possibly bring enemies towards you. It sounds sweet. It's like you're entering the Path of the World Tree and then popping out somewhere else, kind of like in God of War, or I mean, general Norse mythology, but if you played the new God of War, you do that frequently as your fast travel method. I think it's really cool. It's really, really cool. Round stagnation. Yeah, that's just that's the part of the game that becomes like board gamey, and it's not for everybody. I'm very much aware that this one is like, it's also a matter of like how the DM runs it, how your players handle combat, because you know you can have players that will also do things like pre-rolling. I know in Adventurers League, because they have to get through a lot of content, Adventurers League's the matched play, like public free play. They do it at PAX, they do it at board game stores. Like Wizards of the Coast will give them specific module material, and then they will give a drip feed of that over the course of, I think it's like a monthly. I actually don't remember how often it is, but they pre-roll there, which is like, I roll my attack roll, I roll my damage roll, and it doesn't matter if you hit or not, you've already rolled all of it, and then that way you can be like 42 you'll be like 15 to hit, 42 damage, and then the DM will be like, that does not hit, and they'll be like, no worries, and then combat can move really quickly that way. And there's an element of trust there. But you know, there's an element of trust at every table, but they typically know what they want to do already. Typically a lot of optimized tables play that way, where they will just pre-roll, they'll do all their stuff, and then just move on generally quite quickly. Then combat only takes like 5 to 10 minutes, or something that would take probably half an hour to 45 minutes. That stops the wait 45 minutes for my single turn. I move, I cast a spell, it fails. Also, just like lessening the amount of things in initiative. Like, I know a horde combat's very fun, but there are ways to get around it. Like, I do minion rule from 4th edition as a result, where, spoiling my spoils, things will have like a high AC, but they only have 1 health. So if you hit them with like a fireball, they just all die. With online D&D, it's a little awkward and uncomfortable. God damn it, Group C, stop playing Bejeweled. Yeah. That's I think that's table dynamic as well. Like, you got to have people. It is a hard dichotomy, right? It's like people don't want to be bored in the game, and when they're bored, they disengage. But you want them to know what they're doing, so when the turn comes up, they're not just like floundering and being like, "What happened? What am I doing?" But then there's also people like me who is there's also neurodivergent people like me who need to be able to decide a bit more in the moment, or get the recap of what's going on. It's like, I am paying attention, but sometimes I gaslight myself in my own thinking and go like, okay, I'm just confirming, like, where is this guy? What's happening here? And so I wasn't listening. It's like, I need to reconfirm what I'm thinking. Otherwise, I'm going to mess up the attack, the action, the thing. Because I'm like, I want to do this from last turn, but it's probably changed by then. So I just want to confirm this. All of it bogs down in the game in different ways in saying that. It's a whole thing. Like, round stagnation in persons, yeah, is like, you can just talk with your friends and stuff like that. That is a good point. But yeah, it's definitely interesting for sure. Sorry, I'm just trying to find this thing I was looking for and I forgot to do earlier. I also need to quickly take my things. Anyway, how is everyone doing? What's the thing you're most excited for then? If that's what you're looking at, like, is there a class specifically that you're like, I gotta play this? Most excited for monks. Oh, I'm excited for the elemental monk, only because it was so bad in the previous version that I'm excited for the elemental monk. The elemental monk is also just good, like, generally. I really like that, but I'm excited to see that. I have heard rangers are still getting the short stick. I don't know. We'll find out. But I've heard it's a thing. I've heard a thing. And that people are still like, why is that still a thing? Rangers. In short, rangers. You want to see how the Shadow Monk works? Is the Shadow Monk still one of them? Is the Shadow Monk still one? And that's the question, right? It's like Shadow. I'm pretty sure it's like Shadow, Open Palm, Element, and really don't know, actually. Really don't know. The thing I'm looking forward to is the DC instead of skill contest. Oh, DC instead of skill contest. Yeah, tell us about that, because I am not aware of that one. Okay. So what does that entail? I promise I'm nearly done. With grapples and shoves. Oh, yes. So you could always... I don't know if it's rules as written. I always used to roll it as like a DC or a skill contest because I was like, did I already do that? I'm sure that we did because I had like two methods of doing it. You can do like skill contest or you could do like a DC roll. Maybe that's to escape it. Oh, Battle Master. Okay, fair. Maybe that was it. Yeah, okay. Maybe that was what I was thinking. I've heard Battle Master. I remember them talking about this on a one of the directs or something. They said that they were almost making the Battle Master into the entire class, but then they were like, well, it kind of takes away from some of the other stuff they were doing, and so it kind of took away from that fighter archetype of the Battle Master. Like they were like, well, if everyone can do it, it's less special. So what's the good in between here? And so what they did was they simply just put it down to like, okay, Battle Master will remain unchanged. And so from there, it'll be subclasses separately, as always. It works well for that, but if you could within the rules min-max and have a gigantic rune knight that can roll 49 athletics, it means you can ragdoll dragons and gods with no rebuttal. Look, at level 20, I think you should be able to do that. At level 20, yeah, I think you should be able to, like, at level 20, you're basically a demigod or a minor god at that point, right? So you're kind of in the realm where you should be able to do whack stuff like that. I don't know. I believe that you, like, that's the Power Gamers Playhouse kind of area to me. I think that's where we should be sitting, right? Excuse me while I just take my things. So, much earlier with a feat and a rune knight. Well, so here's the thing. Nothing's gone. Nothing is ever gone in the new thing. The stuff that has the same name is superseded, but all of the old subclasses are still there. It's just they've been, you know, they're not balanced for the new rules. So I did take the right thing, right? Yes. I'm like, please tell me I didn't take 3 of the new one, because that would be bad. And so with the older stuff, you don't get replaced. It's not irrelevant anymore. You still get to use like Rune Knight. You still get to use that. It's just not completely balanced with the new stuff. And I don't know if we'll make some characters today as well and see what goes on. Like we'll physically go through it, and actually I might open those tabs now. We might make some stuff and do more in that. We'll burn every copy of the old books and unleash Rune Knight seeking viruses on the internet to cleanse us of that BBEG power creeping subclass. Yeah, fair. Are you not a fan of Rune Knight? God, we have 176 characters in our shared account. My gosh. What? Is that a lot or is that not a lot? This is the split the party one. So like we've got a lot in there. I also create NPCs in there sometimes. You feeling a bit different music today? I think I'm feeling a bit different music today. What is? Which one? What you got? What you got for us? Let me play some of this. Cloud Rune activated ability. Okay, what is that? What is that? Also, hello. If you can see this, thank you for subscribing, or someone has gifted you a sub. Please enjoy. Okay, let's go over to. I'm just gonna get us ready for the other screen. Where we go here? Over here. Okay, so I got my character. Let's make a character at some point. I'm just gonna turn off. Oh, we can turn off legacy now. Hell yeah! All right, I'm gonna turn off legacy stuff. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. And we're gonna just do no. We're gonna do just raw of the new content. Maybe we can take off expanded rules as well. All right. So here's all the new stuff. All right, there we go. Did I put that on this screen? I probably should put on this screen, right? Be more over here. All right. Right in front of me, so I'm not craning my neck the entire time. Okay. Hey. I've gotten to do so much stuff this morning. So much stuff. But it's alright. It's alright. Welcome back. And then so Cloud Rune, the rune emulates the deceptive magic used by some cloud giants. While wearing or carrying an object inscribed with this rune, you have advantage on dex checks, sleight of hand, and charisma checks, deception. And then the activated ability of, in addition, when you or a creature can see a 30 feet with you is hit by an attack roll, you can use your reaction to invoke the rune and choose a different creature within 30 feet of you other than the attacker. This magic can transfer the attack's effects regardless of the attack's range. So when you invoke this rune, you can't do so again until a long or short rest. Okay, so also there's one about 12 goddamn abilities that get at level 3. Fair enough. I'm gonna move you over here so I can actually see you a bit easier. And now chat's on my main screen. Okay, so we're gonna get a little bit cozy. I'm gonna get a little bit cozy. I'm gonna make everything in my arm's reach as well. Okay, so okay. That works. Woo. Sorry about that. I don't drink coffee at the moment because I am still getting used to all my meds. So sometimes the wake up is not there, but also I think it won't kick in for a little bit anyway. It's only been about 5 minutes. So I'm a little sleepy. I also can't tell if I slept good or bad last night. Okay, so story of D&D. You know, this is cool. Story began 50 years ago. If you're a part of it, how much do you want to get into the rules, or do you want to like just work through the whole thing? Because we can do either. We'll be here for a while, maybe. Who knows? Basically, it means no save. Whatever you did, crit or not, hit someone, and also the attacks transfer over to kill the rune knight. Fair. I mean, I have not actually had a lot of rune knights in my game, so I haven't experienced it. You're all good. You're all good. Oh. Guys up there a bit more. Stop, you're making me yawn. Oh, damn it, that made me so actually yawn. Fuck. Shit. Got myself. Damn it. Damn it, damn it. I will find you, creator of the Rune Knight. Probably his name is Jeremy Crawford, in fact. He's the D&D guy. Sucks to suck. I know, right? I'm doing it again. I'm doing it again. Oh, okay, the story began 50 years ago. You're now a part of it. Gary Gygax and Dave Arneson created a game of make-believe that fused rules with storytelling. There'd never been anything like it. A game which each player made their own fantasy character, teamed up with their friends to go on quests. One person served as the narrator and referee, the dungeon master, and did everything they could to challenge players and delight other players. The game was, of course, the first Dungeons & Dragons, and now you're reading its latest version. Over the decades, millions of people have played D&D, and scores of writers, game designers, and artists have made their mark on it through its various editions. When our team released the current edition in 2014, we were humbled by how many of you loved it. This revised version of it is a salute to all of you, those who have been playing D&D for years, those of you who have contributed to the game through your feedback, and those of you who are about to experience the joy of playing it for the first time. As a teenager, I met both Gary and Dave. I even spent an entire day with Gary, and we did what all D&D fans do, share our stories about our adventures in the D&D multiverse. I invite you to embark on adventures such anew. Share as much laughter as you can with your friends. Use only the rules that serve your fun. That is so important. And always follow your group's bliss. So many people have enjoyed the magic of D&D for half a century, so let's keep it blazing for another 50 years. look, I know that like Jeremy and the rules and the game designers like really care about this. They're so, a lot of them are clearly separated from the corporate side that loves to stick their fingers in it. That's not just, you know, there's good and bad with every company. So, you know, they probably aren't, you know, they're probably I wouldn't be surprised if there's just some decisions made by them that people don't like as well. And it's to basically, what I'm saying is curb the cult of personality, because at the end of the day, this company is here to make profit, as most are. Okay. You ready to embark on your fantasy adventures with your friends? Dungeons & Dragons invites you to play imaginary adventures who delve into dungeons and other perilous locations together, face fearsome foes such as dragons, build friendships forged, and fantastical dangers. Fueled by imagination and rules, D&D invites you to adopt a fantasy persona, a mighty fighter, a cunning rogue, a faithful cleric, a magical wizard, or something else, and then solve problems, fight monsters, and visit wondrous places. There is no winning and losing in D&D. Very important! This is what I tell new players all the time. There is no winning D&D. There is no losing D&D. At least not the way those terms are usually understood. Together, you and your friends create an exciting story of adventurers who confront perils. Sometimes an adventurer might come to a tragic end. Even so, the other adventurers can search for powerful magic items to revive their fallen comrade. So it's not the end unless you're playing specific campaigns. Even then, player might create a new character to carry on. No matter what happens, if everyone has a good time and creates a memorable story, we all win. We all win, including the Dungeon Master. The Dungeon Master wants you to succeed just as much as the player does. They're just Donkey Kong throwing the log in front of you and you jump over it. And sometimes you won't jump over it. No winning, only losing. Sometimes it's okay to run. Sometimes it's okay to lose. Sometimes it's okay to retreat. Other times, you'll get knocked out or die or do whatever, but the story still goes forward. Death is not the end in this game. Here's what you need to play with D&D. Dungeon Master, a player's handbook, a Dungeon Master's guide, and a monster manual, but only for the DM. Dice, character sheet. A lot of this is like, this is the stuff. Character sheet, DM screen, miniatures, and a battle grid. D&D is Chumbawamba. Player's handbook, Dungeon Master. How do you say that in the Chumbawamba? Player's handbook, Dungeon Master, guide, monster manual, character sheet, dice, DM screen, miniatures, battle grid. Yeah. It's the way to play D&D. No, that's the end of the world as we know it. What song am I thinking of? You need a PHP and a DMG. Yeah. You need a character sheet and a DM screen. What else have we got here? Using this book. So this is the book for players, basically. Like, in short, if you want to like get into D&D as a player, this is the one to get. You don't have to buy all of the books. This one will do you enough. In addition, I know that there are free characters and rules on D&D Beyond. Sorry, I can blow my nose with. Am I thinking of Rem? Yeah, thought so. What's the Chumbawamba song? So it's I get knocked down, but I get up again. Is that the he takes a whiskey drink, he takes a vodka drink, he takes a lager drink, he takes a cider drink? Is that one? Is that the get knocked down one? What else have we got? So that's the one. Okay. He takes a DMG, he writes the BBG. Yeah, that's Chumbawamba. Okay, sweet. Hey, Papa Dookie, how you doing? So what do we have here? He reads a PHP, he reads a DMG. He creates a character sheet, he needs a DM screen. There you go. There's some Chumbawamba for you. Okay, there's man, I was reading all of that perfectly, and I'm trying to, like, when I try to speak normally, I flub. Okay, so there are free rules around here somewhere. Also, if anyone who plays with me on the regular, if you are in one of my campaigns, for example, Elliot, you could actually open all of this up now because I have campaign sharing for us. So you actually have access if you want to read anything. You have all of this active towards you now. You, like, on your D&D Beyond account, all of this you can read, anything that I own on D&D Beyond. So you would like to read along, or if anyone has a player's handbook and wants to read along, you may. There's also a new set of free rules for Dungeons and Dragons. So this is the updated rule set, and it comes with 4 classes. Now, if you join D&D Beyond with the free account, you can just access these rules for free, and you can also create characters for free out of a limited set. So you still can do that. It's this website here. I don't agree with separating deities from paladins. I do, because I actually have done that for most of my paladins. Because in the original Player's Handbook from 2014, it actually said... we can go back to it. Paladins follow like a code and an oath, which means that you've got full ability to remove the religion and deities from paladins, because you could have your force of will be a power, and that's actually existed since the 2014 version, and maybe before that. Where is it? There's like a word in here. My very first paladin I ever created had like such a strong code he stuck to that he didn't have a god at all. Yeah, it's all about the oaths. Where is it? I remember reading it. I remember reading it around here somewhere. Yeah, so the oath is a formality, and it's always been in the paladin's heart. So that's more of like what your thing is. Oath of devotion. Where is it? I remember reading it. I remember reading it specifically in the 2014 book. We don't have to go into it, but the point is, you can do whatever you want, really. Some paladin orders will be that way, but others will serve in a deity. Otherwise, your paladins will only be 2 goody two-shoes. Yeah, that's fair. Some paladins... I would say paladin has more likelihood to fall into the camps of goody two-shoes or super evil. I think that is also, like, I mean, every class has stereotypes, right? The rogue steals shit. The rogue's an assassin. The bard is horny. The bard is the talker. You know, you can... There's like a stereotype for each one. The barbarian's dumb. Like that, everything has like that kind of camp they sit in, and then we kind of go, I don't want to do that, and then we fan out. Sometimes playing the basic one is super easy. Mr. Fish, you've done your name change. You've done your name change? Oh, because you're having a week off this week. I forgot. I was like, you're normally traveling. That was a little while ago, yeah. Yeah, we're reading the new handbook. Okay, so what do we got here? So good to see you, by the way. You got hospital at 145. We got new D&D. That's crazy. Yeah, well, so we've got the free rules here. I put in the chat before. We've got the... if you have the D&D Master subscription as well on Beyond, it actually comes out in 2 weeks, but the Master subscription gets you... It's your yearly thing that lets you campaign share and do all the characters. And if you you get it now if you have that, and then you get it next week if you're hero tier. So me being this is my job, I have the Master, so I didn't even realize until it was like in my account. Yeah, I'm the big boy slut for D&D. There you go. Here's your release dates. 10th of September for Hero. Yes, the other day for that one, and then blah 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 blah. Unicorn dice. I want unicorn dice. Yeah, they also give you just like random kind of cosmetic stuff every month as part of the subscription. It's 5.5 effectively. Like right now we're calling it 2024. In a few years we'll just be like 5.5. I reckon it's going to be that. They want to call it 5th, but it is no, it's not a new edition. It's treat it like a bigger version of like Tasha's and Xanathar's. So like they're the patch notes books versus this is like a little bit more of an overhaul. Yeah, it's 3 to 3.5. That's why it's 5.5. Like it's 5.5 in spirit, but it's not actually. Aura of Alacrity. Has something changed in that? Okay, let's keep going. I'm on page 1. We gotta go past page 1. We are also chatting, and I also will do this for a while because it's my stream. I'll do whatever. There's doing 40. Yeah. I mean, I would say more like the recent chapter approved where they changed a bunch of rules more than the regular chapter approved, because regular chapter approved doesn't change a lot of rules. It's like points updates, right? Or is it the Munitorum? I mean, a rogue can be more of a locksmith type who has none of the stealth type stuff and just uses a bow from damage at the back. War cleric has 0 healing besides basic first aid and is about breaking heads. Yeah. That's why I played a no god. I played a conquest paladin. I loved playing an evil conquest paladin. And they loved Vecna, but they didn't get their power from Vecna. They had their god. They didn't have a god, but they followed Vecna as more of like I like your style. I don't want your powers unless you give me them, but I'm good. Your SWAT artificer, that character was fucked. In short, Pete had an artificer that would just smack damage, and his main purpose was to be that thing dies in front of me, and it was just nuts. You were also the first character I experienced Flash of Inspiration from, and for the longest time I was like, this can't be how this works. This can't be how this works. It's so strong. It's so strong. And then like a few years, I think it's like 4 years later, I'm like, yeah, Flash of Inspiration, whatever. Yeah, it's no more broken than like Gloomstalker or any of the others. Like Worlds of Adventure. Okay, so in this book we got the game, we got character, classes, origins. So origins is the new thing. They've changed backgrounds to be what gives you your ability score increases rather than your I think they call races species now. I think heritage is a better word, but I think they just wanted to not copy Pathfinder. They wanted to be like their own thing. It's fine. There's no problem with it. It's just funny. Flash of Inspiration is amazing. Just adding your intelligence modifier as a reaction is bonkers. Feats have changed a lot. Now there's like intro feats and later level feats, which is nice because it means you can't take like super strong stuff like as your level 1 feat. I'm pretty sure everyone can take a level 1 feat now, and getting rid of variant human makes elves and dwarves and halflings a class again. I do remember that in the first one. Your class was elf and you were a wizard. That was weird. And dwarf was like a class, but it was a fighter, I'm pretty sure. Apparently the rules glossary got like really updated as well. That got quite a overhaul. And the multiverse. Okay, so that's interesting. Can't front... Yes, you can't do those anymore. It's more like tough and lucky and a couple of those like more basic feats. You can't top load because it makes you really strong at level 1, and I think they were aware of that. Tough is great. I love tough. If someone's like, what feat should I take? I'll be like, how's your build? Have you considered more health? Like a significant amount of more health. Yeah, level 1 to 5 was silly as a variant. What's new in the 2024 version? Okay, so this is pretty important. But this is the 2024 version, the 5th edition of the Player's Handbook. If you've read the 2014 version, much of this book will feel familiar since the fundamental rules of the game are the same. But the book contains many redesigned elements and versions of the thing in this book. Replace versions from the older books. Here are the highlights. So this is specifically what's changed. Streamlined rules and now have a rules glossary, which is great. Easier character creation. Okay. Making a character is easier than before. This is probably specifically related to... Actually, let's... We'll do that in a sec. Easier character creation. I'm wondering if the character builder has now changed. Enhanced classes. Everyone's been reworked with new options. Reimagined origins. Explored in Chapter 4. A character's origin is now by a background and a species, each of which has been redesigned. Backgrounds didn't really do a lot in 2014. It was like mostly roleplay and flavor and like a small kind of flavor ability, which didn't always used to come into play a lot. Expanded feats, lots of feats added, probably to bring in the old ones from the other stuff, but also rebalance them. Upgraded tools, weapons, and crafting. I want to do the crafting. It looks good. I like the crafting idea. Character can enjoy new tool and crafting rules in that, and dazzling spells. Apparently there are a lot of spells in this book. One that is not in this book, because I didn't realize it was in Sword Coast's guide, is Booming Blade. So Booming Blade still hasn't been updated if you like the spell, and it probably will come with the roadmap a bit later. Let me just check where that is. So, where's the roadmap? D&D Direct offers a new roadmap. Apparently there's a new... Yeah, I think Green Flame might be in it. Because Green Flame's like one of those honorific spells, kind of like the Tasha's spells and the Greyhawk spells. Where, hello, Emily, how are you? Well, I don't know why I said that in the... Oh, because you did hello there. That's why I did that. I just mimicked you. Where's the changelog and what's coming next? They had like a nice image for it. Dating. Had a nice... here it is. Okay. So, the thing that's missing is a campaign that they did say was coming in 2025, which is a little bit feels bad. Because there's no adventure in this new... Oh, Forgotten Realms campaign guide. That's actually pretty good. I'm on the wrong tab. There you go. So here we are. So I liked it. Well done. Thank you. Hello, Mr. Fish. Hello, Emily. How are you? So this is the new roadmap. We've got the 3 core books. So my one will come. You know, my one is the one I need a lot. And then we got Mon Man in 25. A Dragon Anthology is 2025 summer. That's when usually the summer and fall is... Oh, maybe that's the new adventure here. Maybe that'll be expanded. Who knows? Starter sets are usually like level 1 to 5, so we'll see what happens. Dragon Anthology is interesting. I want to know what's up with that. I don't want it to be just another... We've already got a dragon book, so I'm like... I would rather like a 5-5 adventure. New starter set. Forgotten Realms player guide is good, and then the Forgotten Realms campaign guide. I don't know why they're separate books. It would need to be... Okay. What I want, if they're doing both of those, I would like maybe... I would like this Forgotten Realms player guide to be quite extensive in the way that, like, I want them to go into Waterdeep and have a compendium. I want them to have a Baldur's Gate guide and go into a compendium. I want a Neverwinter one, because we don't have a Neverwinter expansive guide. We've got Waterdeep and Baldur's Gate out of the 2 books there, but I don't remember a Neverwinter one. and a Forgotten Realms campaign guide. I feel like those books could be the same. Maybe they're doing more like what they did in 4th edition, where it's a bit more like smaller books. As long as they're not all $80 each, that's fine. If they're like 40 to 50 for the smaller books, I would be a bit more there. Hello? Hello, Lockie. How you doing? How you doing, Lockie? I was always here lurking. I've been here the whole time. All right, so that's the roadmap coming up. What they were gonna do in like fall, late 2025 area, there was gonna be a Red Wizards, if you know that faction. They're like a super legacy kind of faction. They've got you know, they were the villains of the D&D movie, and we haven't had a really good Red Wizards campaign. Like, they've messed around in Tyranny of Dragons. They were a pretty big antagonist in Tomb of Annihilation, and I love Tomb of Annihilation. Yes. Yes, Sam Reich. What else was there? Yeah, so there's like a Thay-centric campaign, which I would love to get my hands into for this new edition. They said it was going to come out in 2025, but it looks like that may have got pushed. Yeah, a lot of the old Baldur's Gate stuff. I love the Red Wizards. I mean, like, are they a bit tropey? Yeah, but like, Valindra Shadowmantle, or at least the way I play her, I love that character. I think she's such a gaslight girl boss in the way I play her, but she's also a powerful and very scary necromancer, and also a lich. Not spoilers, but spoilers. She's been in so much stuff. Super strong lich, but she masks her lich form with like this elvish woman form that she used to look like, and then like when she gets serious, she drops it, and then she's got like no nose and doing all this stuff. Lich likes to give neck smooches too. She'll kiss you and then kill you. Okay, so let's actually get into the book, because it's been a little while. And it's only been like 40 minutes. It's only been 40 minutes of talking. Thought it'd have been longer. HB Gredgar, hello, welcome to the chat. I hope you enjoy. We're yapping a lot, so you haven't actually missed getting into the meat and potatoes yet. The villain from the D&D movie was based on her. Oh, really? I thought that was an original character. I would rather like Valindra just straight up be in the D&D movie, because they had Zaz Tam. There goes your power. What? Are you all right? Loosely based. I mean, I'm fine with it to be a completely new character and Valindra just kicking around in the universe as well, because I would love a sequel to that movie. I don't know if we'll get one, but it was so well received by fans, it just didn't do monetarily as good as it could have. That's a really cool dragon art. I have seen some of the art of this new book, and it's fantastic, and doesn't include AI art from what we can tell. Valindra, actually, yeah, Valindra's like second to Zaz Tam, so you're right in saying that group of adventurers would be a bit like underwhelming to fight someone like Valindra. I totally get it, because they're only like level 3 or 4 or something. Like, they're not that strong. They're kind of bumbling. They're pretty, you know, actually we purchased a 4E Players Handbook, so everything cover to cover is benefit greatly. Yeah, we'll do a bunch of it as much as we can. I wonder why they do. Look, so from what I could see, the trailers they were kind of like generic trailer. They're kind of like a generic trailer for a movie, whereas D&D people were like, we're gonna see this no matter what because it's our movie. Whereas yeah, the trailer for the wider audience didn't suck people in as much. And it could just be that D&D is just too niche. It might be that, like, me and my D&D world is huge, but there's a lot of people who have no idea what it is. And they might be like, Dungeons and Dragons movie, what the hell is that? And the trailer also was like, it was a bit Borderlands-y trailer. Nowhere near as bad, but like, it was very like, this movie, the world-spanning thing with a bunch of kooky characters, and come and watch it because it sounds fun, and it's nerdy, and you're gonna like it, in a setting you've never heard of. Like, are you gonna watch that if you've never heard, like, D&D? Like, yeah, you know. Big on sale? No worries, Emily. I hope it goes well. Is this like a you're on sale or your work's doing a sale? Without spoiling too much of what you're doing. Okay, so player or DM? I'm a forever DM, so 'tis my on sale. Oh. Ooh, if you want to see Gracie Abrams, tickets are going up, apparently. To play D&D, so I'm doing pretty intro if anyone hasn't seen D&D a lot. Like we are reading the basic stuff as well. We're not just going straight into it. So you're going to want to make a character. We're going to make a character later. You're going to team up with other adventures. If you've never played D&D before, you will be playing with other players. There is very little scenarios where you're going to be playing just with the DM because it's a lot better and designed to be in a group. However, I have played a 1.5-year campaign with a single player. As a DM, it's quite taxing mentally, but it's possible. It's good. It's fun. You still can do it. But yeah, there's just different considerations that need to be made. Like, you're going to need to put NPCs with the party to join them. Or you can let the person... it's actually a playground to let a character or a player run more than one character at once, which we did, actually. We ran 2 characters with them, and it was quite fun. They got to roleplay 2 different things at once, and I never experienced that. And I actually thought it was a pretty good time, because they got to... they got to talk amongst themselves, and it wasn't just always with me. And I actually kind of appreciate that. If your alter ego in the fantasy world of the game, if you read this chapter, use the rules and character to create your character. Venture forth. Your character's group explores locations and events presented by the DM. You can respond to them in any way you can imagine, guided by the rules in this book. Although the DM controls all the monsters you encounter, the DM is not your adversary. The DM guides your party's journey as your characters become more powerful. Sorry if you heard that. So in this, if you want to be the mastermind of the game, the dungeon master, the person who rolls the game and runs the game, build adventures is your job. You're going to prepare the adventures in the experience. The game can't run without a dungeon master very easily. In the Dungeon Master's Guide, you'll find advice to create adventures in even whole worlds. No, the DM is your adversary. They're going to kill you at every turn. They are not. We are kind, I promise. We want you to win. So we narrate the action, describing locations and creatures that the adventures face. Players decide on what their characters do, navigate houses, and choose what to explore. Then you use a combination of imagination and the game rules to determine the results of the adventurer's decisions. I actually saw a really good thing by... It was the Punisher actor and... Deborah Ann Wall, maybe? Okay, here, this is sweet. Okay, this is like... Okay, let me just pause this for a sec. This is like the best thing I've seen relating to D&D. In terms of like getting into it. I think this was like such a good way... And I'm actually going to do this now. Unexpectedly, this is the best example of being like, how do you get into D&D? She just played immediately and narrated him a scenario. You don't need anything other than one person telling a story with the other person. And a lot of people in the comments were like, wait, D&D is just improv? And people were like, yeah, that's the whole thing. That's all of it. I got my... Let me just check if I've got my... Why is that down there? I'm gonna hide all my audio sources that I don't need. Where's my desktop audio? Do I not have desktop audio on this one? I do. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Okay, so... Let's pause that for a sec. This is just such a great example of what D&D is, and showing someone who's never played or even experienced it for the first time. So this is it's Deborah Ann Wall tells John Bernthal, who is the Punisher in Marvel. Marvel, yes. And it was kind of magical watching this occur. Everybody, can you put some tech goblins in the chat for Lockie, please? Oh. There you go. You should be able to see it now. No, hold on. That's the wrong one. Put some tech goblins in the chat or ritually sacrifice for him. We need to bring his power back. Thank you. Thank you. All right. I'm going to play this while y'all do that.
There might be arcs of like one big bad is like hurting innocent people and there are monsters to fight. So you're motivated to be a hero. And that's what I love about D&D is practicing being a hero. It's practicing protecting the innocent and stopping the bad guys.
It's a bit quieter than I want to.
For your fellow players.
I'll start it again.
One big bad is like hurting innocent people and there are monsters to fight. So you're motivated to be a hero. And that's what I love about D&D is practicing being a hero. It's practicing protecting the innocent and stopping the bad guy and standing up for your fellow players. It's the greatest game ever created. And it's just collaborative storytelling. You just sit at a table. It's as close as you can get to when you were 7 on the play yard, just like making up games and stories. And I love it. And I will do it until I die.
Yeah. Dude.
And it saved me through pandemic. It saved me through strikes. You know, like I always had this thing to turn to for creativity and finances, frankly.
Oh, come on. I wanted the full thing. Where is it? Where is it? Maybe it's this one. It was just really, really well done. Part 1, part 2. Let's just all right, TikTok.
I don't know what Dungeons and Dragons. Like I don't. It's like a game, but like you imagine you're like in the game, right?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, it's just a collaborative storytelling with some characters.
And you tell the story.
Yeah, I'm a dungeon master, so generally I've written an arc and created a world, and then players explore it. And I make calls as to like how difficult it is to climb a wall or fight a monster or that kind of thing.
Apologies if it's pretty
this
low.
Is a real difficult monster to fight, then you've got to come up with a different way of fighting it.
Yeah, or either it can just be like how hard you hit it and how long the thing goes, but it might be how do you negotiate your way out of it. If you can't actually kill a dragon, but it's going to eat you, how do you tell it not to? So there are other kind of checks that you can do, persuasions, and deceptions, and intimidations. And
then you decide whether you beat the dragon,
whether it's the dragon. Yeah, there are stats. There's a lot of math involved that can make that happen. But like,
God damn.
You want to play D&D?
I mean, I'll try. What do you think?
No, like
This is
literally
the
right
bit.
now.
Sure.
All right. So what do you see? You've got a bow strapped to your back, a sword and a dagger at your hilt, right? So you're walking through.
And she just gets into it.
It's at night. Almost no moonlight is coming through. You hear a crack off in the distance. Something large stepped on a branch. What would you do?
First thing, how far away is the crack?
Give me a perception check. So then you roll dice and we'd see how perceptive you are. Let's say you roll a 13. Okay, and you're pretty perceptive, so you have a +3 to that. That's 16. So I know. Okay,
you can see his face like lights up.
You think it's about 20 feet away.
Okay, that's about 20 feet away. I think I take out my bow first.
Yeah. So you take a bow. You're ready. You're aimed. You're looking.
Right at where the spot's coming. Yeah.
Okay. Slowly creeping towards you, suddenly into view, a little bit of eye shine in the darkness. You see an owl bear. This is a 10, 15 foot tall monster. It looks like an owl, but it has the body of a bear. It opens its beak and squawks at you. What do you do?
Have I ever met an owl bear before? Like, are owl bears?
We could do.
I don't know what Dungeons and Dragons. Like, I don't.
So see how she just gets him into it? Like,
we could do a history check.
Before I play the next bit, he's like, I'll talk a little. I'll talk back here because that way you can keep the volume up on the D&D game. So I'll even go back here. So keep your volume up for the video. But effectively, she just showed him immediately, and I'm gonna do this forever now, that if someone's like, what is D&D? And a parent goes, what is D&D? Thanks, Pete. And she's like, what is D&D? She's just like, she just shows him. If a parent asks me from now on, what is D&D? I'd be like, give me like a minute. We can play for a minute. And they would get into it with the player. And you can do that. I think it's so wonderful that this is just a way that you can show people without having any setup, without having any party. You just play this wonderful game. And I think there's just such a magic in that to then take that and show someone this is it. This is most of what you do. And then now you can take that forever to say, this is just make-believe. This is just how you do things. And you can see, like, there is a part where he is an actor, and there is an element to that of he will naturally kind of get into this a bit more because he's an improviser. But overall, watching him light up and go like, what do I see? What's around me? Okay, there's a creature in the woods. What do I do? I want to draw my bow. And then, do I know anything about an owlbear? And then that's where it, we'll keep watching now. So keep your volume up. I'll talk from back here, and we'll see what he does. Yeah, he's like, what the fuck is an owlbear? Well, it's a creature with the face of an owl, but the body of a bear, so it's huge. If it'll load. Thanks, TikTok.
I don't know what.
We could do a history check. So this is D&D. You're playing D&D.
What do you mean a history check?
So a history check would be like, in your past, in your history, have you experienced?
Okay, so how do I check? Yeah, let's
so you
check
would roll
that.
a dice. Let's say you have a low history. You roll a 13, but you have a -3. That's a 10. So no, you've never met an owlbear in your life. You have no idea whether it's threatening or not, but it is squawking at you.
I'd be like, yo, are you my friend or are you my foe?
Fantastic. You speak to it?
Yeah, try.
Give me an animal handling check. So you'd roll another one. So this is we kind of see, based on your character sheet that you've created, you're going to be good and bad at different things.
Who, I create the sheet?
You could, or I could, or you could get a pre-made sheet,
But why
that
don't
kind
you
of thing.
just make your sheet that you're great at everything?
Because, if you're a wizard who's in school studying books to learn magic, you're probably not spending that much time in the gym. Versus if you're, a knight who goes out and slays dragons, maybe you're socially awkward and don't know how to talk to people. So your
So is
charisma
it within your
stats.
interest to not be great at everything?
You want flaws. Like one of my favorite characters, my friend Tommy played Viros. He was a prince. And the idea was that he was very, he'd been kind of pampered his whole life, and everyone always laughed at all his jokes and said that he was wonderful and handsome. But he's actually not that funny. He's not that handsome. He just has been sheltered. So when he got out in the world and started investigating, he thinks that he's this charming, suave individual, but his stats, his literal charisma stats are very low. So he would fail constantly, and part of his story throughout the campaign was him learning that he wasn't as charming as he thought he was. So flaws are great. Flaws make good story.
But is the goal to win?
No.
What's
There
the
is
goal?
no goals to tell a great story.
Tell a great story.
And there might be
And then he
arcs of,
realizes there's no-
one big bad is hurting innocent people.
No
and there are
winning. It's
monsters
just
to fight.
cool.
So you're
Just
you're
do it.
motivated to be a hero, and that's what I love about D&D is practicing being a hero. It's practicing protecting the innocent and stopping the bad guy and standing up for your fellow players. It's the greatest game ever created. And it's just collaborative storytelling. You just sit at a table. It's as close as you can get to when you were 7 on the play yard, just making up games and stories. And I love it. And I will do it until I die. We could do a history check. So this is D&D. You're playing.
And that's it. That's the whole thing. That's just it. That's anyone who's played D&D with me recently at the charity event or at the if we've just played in passing or on a PAX panel, that's all of it. And a couple of the comedians that were on the thing in May, they'd never played D&D before ever, and by the end of it they were like, this is fun. I'm going to invite them back and be like, did you enjoy it? Do you want to come back and tell another little weird story with us? And they might be like, yeah, if they enjoyed it. I hope they did anyway. But I think they did. They seemed to enjoy it. They were getting into it. Ash was just running around stomping about being like, oh, I'm so angry. And then like, she has chronic pain. So the reason why we got her to stand up and walk around is because she says it's still too long. She gets sore and uncomfortable. So we're like, hey, if you got to get up and walk around like every like 5 to 10 minutes, I'll work that into the story for accessibility, and let's make it funny. Let's make it so funny so you can do your body health check, but while we're still not breaking the immersion of the game. So it's like there's also an element of like you can still, you know, if you are in a spot where you can't sit down for too long or you get pain or anything like, we can also stop the game. We can just not break the immersion in the game. You do what you want to like make it accommodating. So if you're a bit more rules light and you want to play something that's a bit more rules light and you don't want to go into the mechanics, you can do that. Or I've had players that literally just want to be like, I want to play video game but D&D, and I'm like, that's cool, let's do that. We'll have power-ups. Your magic items will be more like a buff that you get, and it'll be like roguelite-y in a video game. And then there's other versions where they're just like, I like dungeons, I want to explore a dungeon, and I go, that's great, I love a dungeon. Like, I like all aspects of this game, but some people also want to explore. Like, there's a couple of campaigns that are just like sandboxy or like a Hexplorer, and they're fun. I love those. And they're a bit more random encounter based, where you can run into anything at any time, and you don't always have to fight. Anyway, I love this game. I love this game so much. It's so fun. It's so fun, and yeah, it's if you like the game or you're interested in the game, this is kind of the world you're getting into. I love this. The 3 main pillars of D&D are social interaction, exploration, and combat. You'll be doing one of those a lot. Combat will ebb and flow. Like in Elder Scrolls the other day, we didn't do combat at all. We just had a social interaction and exploration session. Whichever one you're experiencing, the game unfolds according to this basic pattern. I, the Dungeon Master, will describe a scene. I'll tell you what's going on and what's around you, how many doors lead out of a room, what's on the table, so on. The players will describe what they want to do. Typically, you can do anything and just ask me, can I do this? And then we'll say, within these realms. Like, there are rules to the realm and what you can and can't do. Like, a natural 20 doesn't get you whatever you want, but it will get you good stuff. You know, typically the characters will stick together. Sometimes different adventures do different things. The literal whole joke of split the party is the term split the party is typically associated with something you're not supposed to do. And the reason why we called split the party is because the very first time I played D&D, we recorded a game like in 2014. So we've had this name forever. Before we were YouTube content, before we were streaming, we tried to make a podcast version way back then, and it never got released, and it wouldn't get released these days because it's just too dated. But the first thing I did was just run ahead of the party, and then kobolds beat the shit out of me, and me and another player, I think, and basically that resolved in us fighting the goblins and kobolds for the rest of the session, trying to save the people who went down at level 1 because we just ran ahead. And I didn't have dark vision either. I did have dark vision, and I just got killed because I don't know how characters kobolds beat the shit out of me. What can I say? They downed me and they were gonna kill me. And it was just like it was a moment where I'm just like, oh, I can't do everything. I ran into a cave and they beat the shit out of me. So that's it. Typically you don't split the party because like that, bad stuff could happen. But sometimes splitting the party is such a good idea and it's fun and it's interesting for the narrative, or it's genuinely helpful. Sometimes if you plan well, splitting the party is a good idea. Local man did get beaten by lizards, yeah. Typically, the characters will stick together. Sometimes different adventures will do different things. Some people will get a treasure chest while the other examines a mysterious symbol on the wall. A third keeps a watch out for monsters. Outside of combat, the DM will ensure every character has a chance to act and resolve the activity. In combat, everyone takes turns. So what it's saying there is everything's free form until otherwise. Combat, and it's not just combat. There's something called an encounter, and combat takes place in an encounter where you will roll what's called initiative, and then you will act out your turn in order there, because timing usually takes into account for that specific scenario. When there's less time pressure, sometimes when there is time pressure, players, it'll be freeform. You can do multiple things in a row, but it's good etiquette to let everybody have an opportunity, not necessarily a turn, just an opportunity to do something. And the DM will sometimes facilitate that as well. If we notice, for example, in the last Elder Scrolls, we were like, I was like, Crassius, I know as Matt, I'm a loud personality, and I know we've got a quieter personality or two on our show. After the game, I myself, as Crassius, I didn't get asked this. I just checked in going, I know Crassius is like a talky character. He's also got the charisma of the party. He doesn't always have to speak. If you guys don't want to, if you guys think he's doing too much or I'm doing too much, I can tone it back. Let me know. Like, I'm not, you know, I'm it's my channel, I'm running the show. I don't have to be the star. We are all the star here. So I just want to touch base. How is everyone feeling? And so far, everyone's been like, yeah, it's cool, it's fine. Because some players are happy to be more of a fly on the wall. Some people are happy to let other characters or other confident players take the lead, and I feel like that's really important as well. But the DM will also touch base to check in and make sure, like, even other players can. I loved when we played in Teens in Space, and I was running that last year on stream. One of my players, D20. Hey, live producer, how you doing? Player check-ins are so important. Yeah, I agree totally. The what was I saying? The last year in Teens in Space, D20, who was on our cast, would actively, on top of my checking in, would basically like do like, I'm gonna do this thing. Player who hasn't done anything in a while, would you like to do that? Like, and specifically like ask that character to roleplay with them in this scene. And I was like, fantastic player roleplay. I love this. Like, sometimes I'm going to miss it, and I will pay attention to the character who's talking a lot. And having other players, and I would implore anyone who's playing D&D, you notice yourself or someone else that is wants to do more and isn't, and the DM has missed it, or the other players have missed it, be that person to look out for that and just go for it and give them an opportunity, because I think that's so wonderful as a DM to have the players respecting the game just as much as the DM, just as much as the other players. I think that is so invaluable to having a good group, because everyone will have a better time as a result, and that's the what you want at the end of the day. The fun is the key thing. And that brings me to this next section here. Exceptions supersede general rules. General rules govern the part of the game. The rules can tell you that melee attacks use strength and ranged attacks use dexterity. But as a general rule, and a general rule is in fact, as long as something the game doesn't explicitly say otherwise, you can override with the DM's permission any rule if it works. You can rework class features, weapon properties, traits, magic items, monster abilities. I rework monster abilities all the time because one, it keeps players guessing, because there are players who I've played with for a very long time. Split the Party has been going for a really long time. My players are very good at the game. So I will change monsters to, one, give them a new experience, but two, like, if they accidentally metagame, sometimes they like the difference. They're like, oh, I didn't expect that character to have that. Sounds like a corporate version of Rule of Cool. I actually like the way you spell it quite a lot. Rule of Cool, it rolls. I mean, it pronounces the same, but it reads nicely. Sometimes it can contradict general rules. When the exception occurs, the exception wins. For example, if a feature says you can make melee attacks using your charisma, you can do so even though that the statement disagrees with a general rule. This is effectively if you have a rule that is accepted by the table, you can do it. I rule my crits differently to regular 5th edition. I rule Bloodied is a mechanic from 4th edition that you call out just to give the players a hint that you're doing well. I will never, we won't tell you what HP the creature has, but sometimes when you've hit a creature for a long, long time, you will find that it's a bit demoralizing when you're like, oh, this is taking forever. When's it going to be done. When you hear that, when some of my players hear bloodied, it's like, oh my god, we're doing it. We're winning. It's like the second wind of morale. Sometimes it has the opposite effect. In a way, they're like, oh my god, they're not even bloodied yet. This guy, this character, this creature, she's so strong. Oh, and they get scared, and that adds to the atmosphere. I love the bloodied mechanic. So it's not actually something people typically do in. It's not a rule in 5th. It's just it's a homebrew that's taken over from an old edition that I really, really love. Real life bardic inspiration. Yeah, you're so true. Real life. I'm gonna highlight that right there. Real life bardic inspiration. An ongoing game. So what we played in our events recently are one-shots. We didn't string together a story. I think my next charity event, I could string together a story with these players to tell like a long thing, where you play a short adventure that just lasts one session. More often, though, the D&D sessions are in a longer narrative that takes several sessions or many sessions to a narrative called a campaign. Campaigns like a TV series, write an adventure like the season of the series. Game sessions like a single episode, might be self-contained, like a beach episode. Usually links to a larger plot if they so choose to do it. Now, adventures usually are purchased. Written, you can play this game entirely for free with the free rules set like this. I'll link it once again in chat if anyone wants to read the free rules while we're doing this. Some of this stuff is in here. A lot of like playing the game and the mechanics. Such as an underground dungeon, wondrous wilderness, or magic-filled city. Includes a cast of non-player characters controlled by the DM. So, often an NPC as a villain. Anyone that you meet in a campaign is played by the DM 90% of the time. I do a thing that I like to have. I'll let players control their NPC stat blocks and sidekicks and stuff like that. Sometimes I'll let them roleplay it as long as they're like keeping to the spirit of the character. Otherwise, I'll give them full control over the character, but then I'll kind of be like, I'll play the NPC for them. So I have actually I'm playing it tonight. My Shattered Obelisk game for work is a game where I gave them like 4 NPCs, or they hired some NPCs. I think a few of them died actually. Anyway, it doesn't matter. One of them, Ruby, she's just kind of like, I'll do anything for money. And then they're like, Ruby, are you holding out on us? Are you actually stronger than this? She's like, yeah, you only paid me 10 gold. You want me to bring out that big hammer? That costs more money. And so she can, I've set her to scale with the campaign based on how much they pay her, and then cap that at a roof based on their level. So it's been really fun that she's like, I got a big hammer. I'm going to whack him. And then she already knows another character because they work together. And then he's like, Ruby, are you holding your strength back? I've seen you do much more than this. And she's like, yeah. Why? Why would I do that? And he's like, but you don't want us to die. She's like, yeah, but that's what you paid for. You paid for like a little bit of Ruby. You get a little bit of Ruby. If you want all of this, you gotta pay. And they love her character. One of the characters, like, everyone loves it at the table. Like, everyone loves Ruby's thing, and how she is. But it's so funny because one of the characters, who is typically the talker of the party, fucking hates her. And they're like, I hate how much she wants money. I hate that we have to pay her like this, and I hate that she holds out her own strength because we're not paying her enough. And I just think there's such a fun dynamic. They're like, God damn it, Ruby. And she's just so carefree because she is stronger in a way than them. I don't give her more health than she has, but she's confident in the way that she can just be stronger when they pay her more. So this feeds into the campaign. So campaign's a series of events with the narrative. And then you have the dice. The dice. Sometimes I get new players to do this. I get you to line up your dice. Yeah, exactly. It's literally, it's the RPG version. You're so right. It's the RPG version of working the skill level and the hours you're paid. Working within, and it's, I implore everybody who's working a job, work to what your scope of contract or your job title does. And if you are doing more, ask for more money. You deserve it. Your skills, when they grow, are worth more expansion and cash. Do the job you're worth and work the hours you're contracted to do. Companies do not care. Capitalism fucking sucks. It is a soul-sucking, slavery-promoting, people exploitation system that will not stop unless you do something about it in that sense. And they can whine and bitch all they want, but your health is more important than the job you work. No one's going to remember what job you did. They're going to remember how much you enjoyed what you did in life. Anyway, dice. These are the dice of D&D. Oh boy. You can hear my socialism coming out of me, huh? Okay, so I get new players to do this. They line up the dice. 4, 6, 8, 10. This one's called a percentile. Do you see my mouse? This one's called a percentile. So 4, 6, 8, 10. This one's called a percentile. Now, you would roll this in a specific scenario where you want a D100, where you roll both of these together. This one will tell you like 84, and that's, the singles. If you roll a lot of zeros on that, that's the 100. Until the 100 is rolled, it'll be a 0. And this is always a 0 as well. They'll be the 0 function until they are both rolled together. The 12 and then 20. You'll always use the 20. 20 is used for most of the game. So this is called a D20 system as a result. You always round down. You always round down in this game. It helps with anything. You'll never round up. And you'll be happy when the enemies don't round up as well. It's the can of worms of this game. Anything you can do, the enemies can also do to the same level. Or sometimes better. Their stat blocks will be stronger, just to give them some balance, because there is one person fighting, or creature fighting, anywhere from 1 to 6 to more of you. There are lots of people can play against one character, and you'll notice how easy something is when they are exactly the same power scale as you. You will just wipe the floor with them. Much like in real life. Bigger number, bigger threat. And you'll always hear like D4, D6, D8. That's just the dice notation. Man, I'm going really basic today, but it's here. Most common used is the D20. If you were to be asked to roll a D3, you basically you would roll a D6, and which is a regular dice, and you would halve it, and then you round up in that scenario. EB Games, I don't want text from you, so please stop texting me. I don't want shit. I don't want any of that. Please, no, thank you. Stop texting me. I didn't sign up for this. Are you going to ask for my number? I'll do that later. And the most common use for dice is damage on your spells and abilities. Otherwise, you'll be pretty much using the D20 the entire time. It's the core mechanic called a D20 test, and it'll determine how you pass or fail. Attack rolls, spell attacks, skill checks, which is like your persuasion and everything, saving throws. Anything your character does is the test of success or failure, and the higher you roll in this system is how you succeed. Now, when you do damage is when you switch to the other dice, or unless there's like, you need a D100 test for like a random table or something, that's the only time you'll be rolling other dice. So in saying that, you will be doing your test with your 20. Otherwise, it'll be like your spells or your weapons. Random tables will also, and then percentage chances is what we just covered. So, you've got your 6 abilities if you've played D&D. Strength, Dexterity, Constitution, Wisdom, Charisma. You've got your ability scores. Here we go. This is always what I say. Now, ignoring the modifiers, because this is kind of a math thing. This is for us later to go like, what pluses and minuses do you get to your scores? But ability scores can go up to 30. 30 is like a godlike in ability. It is. Oh my god! You cannot get better than 30. I don't think even gods have 30. And I think if they have above 30, it's like specific special scenarios. But a player can never have more than 30 in an ability score. A score is the magnitude. So, us as humans, before you add any specialties or knowledge that we have, will be 10 to 11. If you were to say, like, I am John Smith, I am a human, you will have 10 to 11. Most likely 10s in every stat. That is called the commoner stat block. They have 10 armor and 4 health. That's where we're at. That's what you have. I'm sorry to break it to you. We are nothing special. And then, you're 12 to 19. I usually say, because an adventurer is kind of a bit more supernatural and powered by magic, they go from 16 to 20. I would say as like an Olympic athlete, the best score you can get, like the top of natural human capability, is like a 16. Yeah, I introduce myself all the time with, I am a human, to make sure everyone knows I'm a human. A lot of politicians do it. So a 16 will be like the top of human capability. If you're like an Olympic athlete, a professional boxer, any of these things, you will have a 16 at best. And then above 16 will be kind of supernaturally gifted. Like you have like above even the top echelon of stuff. So you won't get above a 16. Yeah, bloody Jess is bloody dingling me on Facebook. I'm gotta mute that tab over there. And I gotta put the music back on because I don't notice it anymore. So I cap it at 16 in my brain. Because there's always room for like quite a bit of improvement. So it's like 10 to 11 normal. 10 to 11 normal. 14 to 15 you're like good at it. And then 15 to 16 is like I am a dignified professional in this category. So you would have a stand-up comedian or a professional talker person or a presenter. I would say streamers would fill into that category. 15 to 16 area, like 12 to 16, depending on how new at streaming you are, because you will be a personality at this point. You will be good at talking. You will have a natural flow. You will know this stuff. So creators are typically 15 to 16 because they need that. That's their, like, you may have dump stats otherwhere else, but typically you'll be up there in charisma, intelligence, or wisdom, and that's how you will make your living. Usually the make your living factor is how you do it. So like builders and things like that will have like 13 to 14 strength because they are strong, just not at the top. An office worker might have higher intelligence and wisdom because they need to have those skills to get their jobs done a bit better. So they would like stretch into the 12, 13, 14 area. And then when you hit like surgeon, easy 16 intelligence, They might not have common sense. That could still be like a 9. But they have to have that intelligence, and book smarts does not mean street smarts. That's the key difference between wisdom and intelligence. And charisma is your force, your personality, and your charisma. Well, it's literally your riz. Like it's the most apt word to do it. It's right here. Coincidence, poise, and charm. Perceptiveness and mental fortitude, reasoning and memory. Your constitution is your health and stamina. So if you get sick a lot, your constitution might not be great. Your agility, reflexes, and balance, and then your physical prowess is your strength. So that one's probably the most basic, but it does cover a lot of stuff. Athletics, push, pull. Did I say coincidence? I meant confidence. So that's why sometimes my charisma might be a bit lower because I can flub words, but I can make it sound proper. Like the confidence part of it is the coincidence. Okay, more lovely art. Oh, they got kobolds and tieflings on there. I love when they include this, and a gelatinous cube. So this is a great image for this. A D20 test can result in a dramatic success, simple accomplishment, or a absolute catastrophe based on the number you roll. So this one's like, yeah, you passed your medicine check. This one's you fell into a bit of spikes, and the 20 is like you deal a heavy blow to something, or remember something, or you do the thing you achieved with great success. Yeah, here you go. You lift, pull, or push something. And then the DCs. So people don't always understand DCs. This is really important. You'll always be rolling against a task's difficulty, which is a difficulty class, if you've never heard that term before. And you'll be adding if you're good at something, you'll be adding your like trained skill called proficiency. And then that'll be stuff like acrobatics, athletics in here. Now, you'll be good at stuff and bad at stuff. You will never get a negative in a. There's no proficiency penalty. We'll just up the DC if something's harder. So you'll see that like, oh, medium's 15 now. It used to be hard as 15. So hard and very hard. Maybe the scaling of the game's changed a bit. I'm pretty sure 15 used to be hard. 15's now medium. Easy is 10. Run-of-the-mill check. If you want to like stabilize someone in combat, like help them out, do some first aid, it's usually a 10. And then very easy is 5. It's usually an auto pass. As long as you don't roll a critical fail, auto pass. Saving throws are similar. It's avoiding stuff. Sometimes you get already hit, or you have a chance to be caught. This is where a saving throw could come in. It's a lot of spells typically are saving throws, and dexterity saving throws are probably one of the most common, because getting out of the way of a fireball, avoiding a trap will be typically that. Gotta drink more water, everyone. This is your reminder to drink some water too. Okay. Attack modifiers, we'll get into this. This is like how you make your attacks. You'll be good at with a weapon, or good with a spell, a good with a ranged weapon. And take your meds if you need to. Take your meds if you need to. Okay, so armor class, that's how hard you get hit. ACC, rolling a 20 or on, we've already covered that. Advantage and disadvantage. So this is a mechanic specific to D&D. You'll see it in other systems.
Goodness, a follower.
Black Diamonds, thank you for the follow. Thank you so much. Welcome. Welcome in. I hope you have a good time. We're reading the Players Handbook. We're still on like the basics of playing the game. But playing the game's important. You're not going to know anything else if you don't know how to play the game. So we're spending a bit of time here to get through it. No, not get through it. Explain it. It's a bit of more of an intro session. Welcome, welcome. Ooh, big stretch. Thank you. I needed that. Do one of these like nothing cracked. I know people like the ASMR of it too. Oh, you're trying to learn? Okay. This is. I'm not just here to talk about the game itself. Well, sorry, I'm talking about the game itself. AMA, ask me anything. This is my job. My job is to run D&D. So ask me whatever. This is like my 10-year of encyclopedic knowledge, specifically in 5th edition as well. Played a little bit of 4th, that's where I started, but 5th came out and then I went, boom, sprinting into it. I'm also a forever DM, so it's my, even if I wasn't doing it for a job, I gotta know the rules a lot. I'm actually really keen to play tonight. I'm playing like 5 games this week. Perfect amount. And then, yeah, Mr. Live Producer is very good at a VTT. Now, a VTT, if you don't know, is called a virtual tabletop. Now, I can actually show you a really quick one because D&D Beyond, which is the digital tool set for this game, it's an official one. The one that Mr. Live Producer, I think you're proficient in Roll20, right? That's your main one? Are you proficient in, my God, Mr. Live, are you Roll20 and a bit of Foundry? So they're 2 like third-party ones that are officially supported by D&D. Let's go into who is that a good one? I think Avernus has something in there that I can show off. Let me just make sure it's not going to ruin anything for my players. So a virtual tabletop is another way to play D&D. We actually have a lot of tools now available to us. Whether you're screen sharing in like Photoshop, like I actually do that a lot. I've started using D&D Beyond Maps now. And oh, Elliot, are you around? Can I get you to do something if you are? I might even go into that campaign. I'll use one that I'm about to start. If you're around, Elliot, let me know, because I'll go into our Strahd one, and I'll show you a little cheeky map. This is a virtual tabletop. Basically, this is a pretty new thing. Oh, we can do dice rolls directly in there now, and then we've got new maps and monsters. Sweet. Sweet. So they're adding a lot of stuff into this one. Let me just disable log. Now, if anyone's in this campaign or one of my campaigns, let me know. And then I would like you to help me out here for a sec, because this will show off a VTT really easily. So Jess, if you're around, Pete, if you want to also jump in a campaign, if you're already in one, I can get you to do it maybe. But basically, if you're in a campaign with someone in D&D Beyond, which is the digital stuff, we can say like start session. Oh, wait, really? I'm not actually... Oh, I thought more of this window was showing. That's all right. But yeah, effectively, VTT, Virtual Tabletop, is a way to play the game. You don't need one at all. This one's like for visuals. And then I can put tokens and things down here. Can't remember your login. Look, if anyone can log into D&D Beyond, I'll shoot you and I have like if you know me personally, let me I'll shoot you a link to a campaign temporarily. If you can hear Tom, if you're listening as well, if you are free, anyone who's free, let me know. I'll give you a little cheeky link. Yeah, Chairman, I'll get you in. Are you Bajerk on this? No, you're the other one. Okay, there we go. Okay, so let me just do this real quick. I want to show you how this works before anything. Let's just pop this out. I don't want you to see my campaign link, otherwise you'll all join it. Hey, yo, I can see you. Let me just get you into this campaign, because I'm going to add you to a campaign, basically, and then I'll remove you straight after, so I can free up the space, basically. I use these for my professional games. So join that and add a character to it. Just let me know when you have. For the purposes of this. So while you're doing that, I'm going to go through advantage. Advantage is a core mechanic in this. Now, advantage, if you ever have advantage, let me go over to my dice over here. Keep dice near your desk if you play a lot. That's your reminder. I think my Beyond is gone. You can sometimes sign in with Twitch, Google, a Wizards account. You can do a lot. It's a free account if you need to make a new one. I'm pretty sure you were Goatee in it. You could also just be like, what's my email? You could forget your email and username. Now, when you roll advantage, you can see it here. Sometimes it's modified by advantage or disadvantage. It's the same mechanic, but one is good, one is bad. Now, advantage is pretty easy to get. Oh, fair. It's all right. I've got Chemmel now. I don't need you. I got Chemmel now. I got Bajerk helping me. Disadvantage reflects the negative circumstances. So you will be given advantage or disadvantage, either by the way of your abilities, special rules, or the DM can just grant you it, and you can help each other to gain advantage as well. That's a big thing. A lot of players go like, can I get advantage or disadvantage? Sometimes a player can be like, usually it's like the easiest way to say yes is if you have proficiency or you're trained in that ability. I've probably removed you from the Ravnica campaign because I've completely purged a lot of the games I used to play. So you may have also created a new account by accident. Could be two ways. What am I trying to say? Players can give each other like the help action to like do stuff like, I want to help them unpick the door. If they have like thieves tools and stuff, they can also assist or like listen on the door for them because they know what they're listening for. Someone can be like, both of us want to do a history check. And I'm like, you either both can roll or one of you can have advantage, because sometimes one of you will have a better number to add to it. No worries, Pete. No worries. That is totally fine. So what you do with advantage, you're rolling 2 dice. And even with disadvantage, you roll 2 dice. And you're either going to take, if you have advantage, you take the highest result. And if you have disadvantage, you take the lowest result. So the mechanic is the same. It just depends on which one you have to choose which dice. Now, If you have advantage and you roll an 18 and a 3, you roll the 18. If you have disadvantage and roll an 18 and a 3, you roll the 3. What if you eat the dice? Are they edible? Let's find out. Nah, it's not edible. Not edible. That one wasn't edible. I know it looks like a frosted, like, Juby, but it's not edible. Roll a con check. If I was to choke on that right now, I would be making a constitution save to not die. Not chewable. Not chewable. Well, look, everything's... Are you gonna... Okay, here's another form of player. I'm gonna call you out right now, Ash, because... Yeah, I'm bloody calling you out. Another form of player is a rules lawyer, where they take the rule very literally, and they're gonna call me, the DM, out on it. And they're gonna say... And I just saw it come up in chat. I was gonna say it. Everything's edible. You might just have a consequence, motherfucker. I knew you were gonna come at me with that. It's just how many times you can do it. You can swim in lava once! I love you, Ash. You can swim in lava. You might not get out, but you can do it. If you have resistance or immunity to fire damage, you can actually swim in lava. You're more of a rules-greased weasel. Oh, yeah. If you're really good at the game, you can also know all of these rules, so you can be like, I want to tinker with it. Or, like, you can pry the crowbar in the words of the rules or whatever the DM says. Shirt design there. Hey, if anyone wants to help me, I need merch. You know, more needs to go on the fourth wall. Oh, that link does still work. I always need more ideas for that stuff. I also like the idea of like subtle nerd merch. Okay, so this is really important as well. Advantage and disadvantage does not stack. Now, you can have multiple situations that all grant advantage on it. The best way I can interact, the best way I can tell you this is you either have advantage or you don't, or you either have disadvantage or you don't. Now, it says here, look, this is true in multiple circumstances. Impose disadvantage and only once grant. You can only you have neither. Oh, wait, what? Have they changed this? This is true. In such a situation, you neither have either. Now, this is a rules lawyer thing we're about to talk about. Ash, in this situation now, is this new? Let's read the old version. So this might be actually... So it's a flat roll. They cancel each other out. But if you have advantage on top of that, is that rule still saying you can't have more than one? You haven't read the PHP, fair. Let me pull up the old one. If it reads the same as the old one, you still just have instance of one. Playing the game. It's probably in how to play. Read it out again. I know how it reads out. Just let me just find the advantage disadvantage. Okay, so this is the 2014 rules. This is the new rule. So the new rule is they don't stack. I can't read, so who do you think I am? I am a Gale Dacarius? Maybe. You are a wizard. If multiple situations affect a roll, they all grant advantage on it, but you still only roll two d20s. Similarly, if multiple situations impose disadvantage on a roll, you only roll 2 d20s. If a circumstance causes a roll to have both advantage and disadvantage, the roll has neither of them, and you roll 1 d20. It flat rolls it. This is true, even if multiple circumstances and only one... Oh, okay, no. Same rule. Okay, I needed to read that again. This is true even if multiple circumstances impose disadvantage and only one grants or vice versa. If you have such a situation, you grant neither. So, that's a clarity thing. So, unlike the other version... More detailed rules. So the new version clarifies you can only either have advantage or disadvantage. If they cancel out, you still can't have it on top. So it's not like I have 6 instances, yet I have 7 of the other. It won't stack. Because it just becomes a rabbit hole, in my opinion. I even if that was changed, I'd probably rule it of you either do or don't. You can't have both, and you can't stack. Proficiency, each ability, advantage and disadvantage. If multiple and grants, you don't roll more than 1. If 2 favorable situations grant, okay, so it's still the same. That's this is just a longer way of saying the same thing. They've clarified it in they don't stack. Random fighter made. Thank you, Chemel. Can you? I'm gonna start the session. Can you open D&D Beyond maps and put yourself in? Now open the maps function. You'll see like launch session. Press that. Actually, on your character sheet, you can also see launch session as well. You don't have to go all the way around there. Yeah, it becomes math at one point, and no one wants to wait. Okay, so it's like Uno. You can't stack draw 4s, and you have to pick up 76 cards. Well, I do play that way in Uno, because it's funny. So elevation actually is a Baldur's Gate rule. There is no elevation advantage in regular D&D unless the rules specifically give you it as like part of a class. Rules regular don't, unless they change in this version. I've always known it to be that there is no elevation advantage. Unseen, yes, there is advantage for that. But yeah, if you have advantage and disadvantage for prone and unseen, you will just be flat rolling. You don't have, and if you had if you had an elevated and that did work in your favor, yeah, it'll just be the one. You've got, yeah, more ways to hit doesn't mean more advantage. Still one instance, still good. Interactions with rolls. Where is this option? Let me pull up a character sheet. 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 We're gonna load up Zug Zug. Now Zug Zug, I don't remember what this is. Looking down at someone prone is, yeah, the prone condition though, imagine you're lying on the ground versus like simply being higher than someone. Being higher than someone doesn't necessarily mean someone's easier to hit. But the stillness and the slowness of someone, because someone on the ground is just as mobile as someone looking flat at you. You just have a better vision of them. Now, prone is someone is literally lying, crawling on the ground. You can't Obi-Wan it. Yeah, you just because you have the high ground doesn't mean you're better. Now, you can't kill Anakin any easier, or chop him in half, or whatever he did. I don't know Star Wars. But yeah, someone prone and crawling is obviously slower than someone running at full pelt. And that's why you are, if you're directly above that, yeah, but they're still just as fast though. That's my argument. Like, they are no slower. You just have a better vision. Yeah. Like, they can still run away and be just as dexterous, whereas the prone person has to crawl, and that's why their movement is also halved. They have to move slower, therefore they are easier to hit. But a ranged attack, so also consider that a ranged attack is that you are looking at them on their hitbox is technically smaller, right? They are prone and therefore thinner, harder to hit. And I get what you're saying if you're looking directly down at that person. That one kind of becomes semantics as well, but to let the rule not be foggy, it'd just be, I mean, a DM could also just change it and be like, yeah, you're looking directly down, they're easier to hit. But yeah, looking directly down, yeah, the DM might rule it differently. As it stands, it would just be like, for simplicity, probably also for a simplicity reason, to not have to do what we're doing and be like, yeah, but we're doing this. no worries, Chemmel, I can't see it. It would just be a simple matter of you just can't. But the hidden and the other stuff, the other circumstances might give it to you anyway. Just heading back to the VTT for a second, the virtual tabletop we've got going. All right, here we go. So, Chemmel, can you see the token thing on the side over here? Because the stream cannot. Can I just make this smaller to... No, the window is cropped. Okay, so that's all right. Chemmel, I need you to open the token browser like this. And you will see... you can see I've got monsters here that I can use because I have all of this. There are also... See, you can't... you'll see what's available to you. I don't have some of the books, so I don't have... I think this one is the Big B's Giants one. It's loading in all my other stuff. So, ooh, Adult Amethyst Dragon. Hell yeah. But I can also see players and their companions. So this is Rain, and then you have like Voltor, Sparkblade, and the others. And I can add that. So, Chemmel, can you add your... Oh, you can add an Arakocra. So you can see I'm not controlling this. You can see Chemmel on stream is... Give it a little wiggle, Chemmel. Give it a little wiggle. I'm going to just open it up. So this is the virtual tabletop. They have full control over what they're doing. You can't really track health and stuff in here yet, but I can do things like rename them. So I'm going to name them Berjerk. And players can do this as well. We can also give them a little, we can hide their token just in case I'm a DM and I want to like be like, yeah, and show their thing. So on Chammel's side, actually I can also open a spectator view. I can do stuff like this where Berjerk's got his token. I can give him a border color, make him pink so it's visibly easier to see. I can zoom in and out. You can see the whole map, a bit of the map. Oh, there you go. So you got Mosh and Uria down there from the game that's coming up. And then you can see, in this version, you can see Berjerk also moving around to Mosh and Uria down here. But what I can also do is, from my end as the DM, I can enable Fog of War to cover it. So that's what this blue is. And now what I can do here, Chemmel can't see anything right now. So this is what it looks like to them. And until I reveal it with a little eraser. I wish they had like a shape tool, but can I undo these? No. So there's no undo button either, which if D&D Beyond, if you ever see this, I would like an undo button. So I can just like do this. Oh yes, you're right. I will do that. That's funny. There's also something I'm left wanting. I want to grab this mini token rather than just like being able to do that. Maybe this hand function's multi-talented. I will name it Jonathan. So Jonathan is the movie guy that we have. So we got Jonathan, we got Mosh, we got Uria, but Uria can't be seen on the map. So over here, you'll see this is all that they can see right now. This is all I've ever revealed. This is fantastic. And there's like little point and ping stuff so I can give little circles around here, and then I can control that. Now there's also things like rulers. There's also like overlays. I can go like this spell will hit this area, and this one also has like measurements. So these squares are all 5 feet, but I needed to make a 10-foot diameter circle because a spell went off in the tavern and I needed to measure it. So I can also give it like little patterns. This is now like full of grass. This is difficult terrain. This one's full of poison. This one's full of fists. I can also get rid of it just as easy. And then you can also just draw. So if you want to draw like a little smiley face, you can. Or you can draw other things. Your goose is about to be cooked. Yeah, I know, right? And you can also erase just as easily. But yeah, well, I've just buggered that up. So in short, that's a VTT. This is a digital way to play quite easily. And then you can also point and ping. I can do like a bing. Can I do that? Bing, bing. Like a point of interest over on the map. And it's quite large, so the players will see it. And you'll see me doing it over there. All right. Back to... Okay, so, you know, erase all that. Back to the game. Mr. Live, next time, it's okay this time, please ask for links like that, because it is a form of self-promotion when it links to like a branded thing like that people will purchase. By the way, briefcase. No harm done now, just for future. By the way, oh, my bad, sorry. If I didn't answer, just make sure I see it again, I guess. My apologies if I did say yes and I have forgotten. By the way, chat briefcase, I did all that with me on my phone. Yes, so it's totally web app. No, you're good. You're good. I won't mute. I'm not like that strict on it. It's like I've asked and then it's like a fool me twice situation. You know, it's fine. I also know you, so it's all good. Just a courtesy thing more than anything that I like. So, interactions with rolls. If the game lets you roll or replace the d20, you can only replace the dice once. Oh, that's a bit different. Okay. So, unless a rule specifically says after the d20 is rolled, you roll it again, more or like you just cannot use a replacement like that. So, you can only replace once. So if you're a wizard with Portent, that lets you replace rolls because you saw the future and it lets you change a roll like that. You choose once. With the lucky feat, you can replace only... I think lucky is a re-roll or advantage, so it will say in those rules. Yeah, turn it off now. We're done with that. Thank you for your assistance. I appreciate it. Give some love in the chat for Chamel. Give him some tribute to the demons or tech goblins, your choice. Thank you for your assistance. Interactions with rerolls. Proficiency, we've already been through that. Bonus doesn't stack. So your proficiency can't add it to a roll more than once unless a rule states so, like expertise or a feat that will give you double proficiency. Typically it will also say on your sheet. So usually it reflects on the sheet, and then if it doesn't, just make sure that it's not going to interact with this rule in a way that doesn't benefit unless it overrides it. Like that rule we read earlier with the exceptions to those rules. Yeah, so it uses the exceptions expertise feature here. So expertise, I think they let you do this now. Yes. So expertise is a feature that enhances your use of a skill proficiency. Explicitly, expertise grants you double proficiency. So it's not you granted again. It's specifically doubled because you are not just good at a skill. You have exceptional skill in the form of an expertise, and usually it will say which ones you get it in, and you can't choose it more than once. On a paper sheet, that's easier to do. On a digital sheet, it physically won't allow you to select the option once it's been grayed out. Okay, this is a meat and potatoes part of the game. So let's read through these and make sure they are the same. So these are the things you'll do most in the game. They're called skill checks. It's a skill list, and you will have you'll be trained in it or expertise in it. This will be what you do as like the biggest portion of your game. So acrobatics. Stay on your feet in a tricky situation or perform acrobatic stunts. I want to shoot my bow and do a backflip. The DM may let you shoot a bow and then do an acrobatics check as part of it. And it is your brain's full, chat. I'm going to log off and try focus. No worries. Feel free to lurk if you need. Stay on your feet in a tricky situation or do an acrobatic stunt. So you can do stuff as part of an action if the DM allows it. Usually in an encounter or combat, it will be like one or the other. Like if it's going to be game changing, if it's like for flavor, like a backflip after a bow, it's just a fun little thing to do. If you're trying to go for an effect, like I want to stop this guy from attacking me because I want to persuade them to stop, in that case, in combat or an encounter, the DM will probably ask you for a full action, and that'll be most of your turn because you are impacting the game more than just a bit of fluff. As part of movement, you can also do it unless it's particularly difficult. So I want to run up and climb this. I want to climb this cliff as part of my action. If it's not too difficult and it's not going to require like a proper full check, I might just get like a little acrobatics check or an athletics check just to kind of throw some spice on it. You know, it's a modification to a roll. Similar, like animal handling, it's getting animals to do things, training them or behaving or misbehaving. Arcana, it's all about the lore and the magic. Magic items, spells, planes of existence. In terms of magic items, you won't determine what the magic item is unless you are specifically like versed in this kind of stuff, and I might pair it with a history check, recalling lore about it. Because Arcana check, maybe I'll read a bit more on Arcana check, because it used to be like you can't recall what a magic item does, because otherwise the identify spell is a bit useless, and that's quite a strong spell. So in that sense, the magic item side will be usually if the item's magic rather than what the magic item does, unless you particularly are skilled. Like if you're higher level, it'll be like, yeah, I know what this does. It will never reveal a curse. Not even identify will reveal a curse unless the new version says it does. Curses are fun and meant to be hidden until they reveal themselves. So you just don't know until it happens to you if you're cursed, which is, I think that's great. I think it's a wonderful thing to do. Curses don't come up too often, and if they do, it could be just a harder campaign. But curses are fun. One of the common ones you'll see is a Sword of Vengeance, where it makes you really angry if someone hits you, and you have to resist the ability to do everything in your power to make that person die, or you die. You are hyper focused on making sure that person is done. And the sword is making you do that. And you'll also be selfishly unwilling to part with the item half the time as well. It makes you, like the One Ring in Lord of the Rings. You are unwilling to give it up. Deception, lying. Convince a lie or wear a disguise convincingly. They're pretty good. Athletics, pretty self-explanatory. Physical prowess, jump farther, stay afloat, break something, break yourself through something, through a door even. Insight, I just say it's a vibe check. What's someone giving right now? It's a mood, intentions. I would say intentions here can also go into lying. I usually do an insight check for a lie. Some people can use a deception check for a lie. I would say deception check's more of the telling of a lie rather than discerning of a lie. Because I feel like a lie is more on an intuition thing rather than a charisma thing. But it's interchangeable for that one. Threatening someone is doing what you want with intimidation. That's a great one. Because charisma doesn't always have to be about... it does not always have to be about charming or lying. It can be about getting what you want. Intelligence. Investigation. Finding traps, deducing something how it works, seeing if there is something in the area. Much like an Arcana check, if something feels magic, investigation can find where it is and how it works. Finding obscure information in books or deducing and clues. Survival kind of pairs with investigation as well. We'll get to that one because it's like that's a follow tracks foraging. Now medicine is illness, what was slain recently, patching someone up, a bit of first aid. Healing can also come into it. And then determining, ailments is also that. So your medical prowess is in your medicine checks. Nature is lore about specifically terrain, plants, animals, and weather. And also sometimes I'll allow nature checks for things like, have I seen this beast before? This naturally occurring phenomenon. It's like particularly like an elemental or a nature god that can also fall into the realm of a nature check. Performance is persuasion of senses. Tell a story, perform, act, or dance is that. Recalling lore, religious symbol, and holy god. Sleight of hand is picking pockets. Performing a legerdemain, forging documents. And then a stealth check's pretty self-explanatory. You're hiding and moving quietly and quickly. And then survival is avoiding natural hazards, foraging, and trail finding. I can also... navigation is also falling into the realm of a... Gosh, what am I saying? Navigation also falls into the realm of a survival check. So, Equipment. You'll be good at wielding equipment. You add the bonus to that as such. And the actions is super important. This is like most of what you can do. Oh, influence is now an action. Okay. Dodge, search, study. You don't have to say these things. If you say you want to do an influence check, action, not everyone's going to know what that means. Usually the best way to go about this for me, in my opinion, is tell me what you're after, like what you want to do, rather than making a check. I want to influence, like, you could say, I want to influence them to do this thing, or I want to say this to influence them, because you're telling me a keyword there. But overall, if you want to do a skill check of some kind, search, study, influence, stealth, all of that stuff's kind of like a skill check base. So just tell us what you want to do. We'll tell you what the most appropriate skill check is, because sometimes you'll have an idea of a check, but another check that we know you're better at or worse at might be the more appropriate one here, and we'll let you know in that situation. Action. It's like attack with an attack action, a weapon or an unarmed strike. Super easy. Whereas a magic item is... Oh! Magic action is use a spell, use a magic item, or a magical feature. So, unless the magical item says this adds to your attack roll, you'll be using the magical item area, and it might not grant you specifically multi-attack unless something in your class modifies it to then make a multi-attack. The fighters and rogues and things will get more than one attack per action. Not as much rogues. The others will get like more than one attack per turn. Like when they make the attack action, you make 2 swings. You make 2 attacking with the weapons in that sense. Now, readying an action is preparing something like a one of the actions. So you still can prepare any of those to then respond to a trigger. So if this person tries to attack my friend, I swing my weapon at them. I cast a spell at them. I want to search quickly for an escape if stuff goes down. That sort of thing. Utilize... Now, this is kind of like an interaction situation. Typically, DMs will allow you to interact with non-magical things like opening a door unless it's particularly hard, like it's stuck. So, utilize is based on up to the DM, mostly. What else we got? Dash, disengage, dodge. Helpful as heck. Dash. For the rest of your turn, you add more movement. So, in your turn... You will be able to move around, and there is no movement. Okay, so in your movement, you'll have like a speed, which is here. Your speed, so you can hover over any of these things, by the way. Some will be conditions, some will be like rules, some will be like skill checks. The gray ones will be like rules, and then actions, and actions look like they're green now. They've just updated all this. So... you'll all have a speed. It's typically 30 feet unless you're specific species that will change it. It will be a distance in which you can cover in your turn. You'll see in our maps earlier. That everything kind of had a... what am I saying? Everyone will kind of have like a number of squares if you're using a square thing. Otherwise, you can... So you'll see like this is all kind of gridded. Each of these is worth 5 feet, and then you'll move like you've got 30 speed in an encounter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. That's the easiest way to think about it. You won't always be using a grid. Now, you can... Turns out Zug wasn't ready. With your speed, you'll just add extra speed if you take a whole action to do it. Normally, you get to use your speed and move once a turn, regardless of taking an action. Now, dash will just basically give you extra movement. I take the dash action to move again. A lot of us call it double moving. A lot of us call it dashing. It's all the same terminology, just to give yourself double speed. We know what you mean. You're foregoing your main thing in your turn to move more. Disengage is also important. There are multiple ways to disengage depending on your class. But as it stands, a whole action is required to get out of combat safely. Now, an opportunity attack is so important here. Anyone in the game can make an opportunity attack when someone hits you that leaves your reach. Now, your reach is your direct squares around you. I'll go back to the map for a sec. I keep closing it. Now, this map I just had up here. So, let's put a little guy in here. Put an Aarakocra in again. So, your reach is typically 5 feet. Now, some weapons and some creatures will be larger than you, and have a larger reach. But typically, 5 feet reach is on a grid. It will be the squares directly next to you. So this is 5 feet. This is considered 5 feet away from you. This is what you need to be in melee combat to hit with a sword, for example. If you've got a ranged attack, you can be further away over here. You'd be like, pew, pew, and hit him like that with a bow. Now, if they leave that reach, you, as the player here, can make your opportunity attack because they have not disengaged. To stop that, you will take a disengage action. Usually as a full action, it's to get out of opportunity for the rest of the turn. It's not just the once. So if you were to take a... if you were to run past more than one creature, you don't take an opportunity attack from the second one. So if you, for example, have... let's put him over here. If you can... let's do this because your movement might be less. If you are like this with a creature, for example, is your visual. If you take your disengage action, so let's put him in yellow. I've disengaged. This character can no longer make an opportunity attack. You're running past here. You have entered another combat of this other aberrant zealot, but because you've taken the disengage action, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you still can keep moving. And if you've got 30 feet, you can keep moving past, no problem at all. It will last the entire it's called the entire round, or it will last the entire turn of your turn. A going through everybody's turn, so going through the Aarakocra, going through the zealot, that is called a round. If it specifically states turn, that is the turn in which your character, the Aarakocra Jonathan, will take place in. So that will be the way that operates. So Jonathan will move past safely around the aberrant zealots and then be able to go into that. So playing the game otherwise, you have the dodge action. Until the start of the next turn, attack rolls that you have a disadvantage. So if you remember disadvantage, roll twice, take the lowest result. You make advantage, and you make dexterity saves with advantage. It's just getting out of stuff easier. You lose this benefit if you're incapacitated or your speed is 0. I didn't know their speed is 0. So that's either new or I've forgotten about that. Sometimes it's good to just read the rules again. Incapacitated usually means that you're unconscious. Oh, no, it's not. It will most commonly happen if you're unconscious. You hit 0 health. You are inactive. You can't take any actions, bonus actions, or reactions. You lose concentration. You're speechless, means you can't speak, and you are surprised if you're incapacitated when you roll initiative. You have disadvantage on the roll. I know for existing players, by the way, initiative and surprise has changed. It is no longer a free turn in combat. It simply means you have an advantage on the roll. The legacy definition is you can't take actions or reactions. I think this expanded version here is a bit better for clarity. You can't do a lot of stuff if you're incapacitated. So your free actions and stuff like speaking, you can no longer do. It makes sense if you're incapacitated. You are completely out of it. You are, by definition, incapacitated. The condition of incapacitated is therefore different, but operates the same. Now, player characters' conditions can do things that are not covered here. It will state in your rules and on your sheet that you can do other stuff. On a D&D Beyond sheet, for example... Oh, Zug, why are you not done? Alright, let me go to my characters real quick. I'll load up a sheet just so... Let's go to Carmine. I like Carmine, he was a good character. So Carmine White is a character I was playing at some point. I think it was... it was Let's Roll for Dragons. stream. So you'll see in here, the digital sheet will separate your stuff into action, bonus action, reaction, attack. Oh, it will also have attack separated as well. So action, bonus action, reaction, other. This is like your specialized stuff that might not be an action. And then you've got limited use stuff that will happen either as an action, so it'll list them down here as well. Bonus action, this guy was an artificer, so he could create a little cannon that he would move around. So actions is like fireball, and it will like, oh good, it actually says fireball legacy now. And then it'll say stuff like that. Spells, inventory features, yeah, we'll get into that later. So one thing at a time. This is interesting. So game uses actions to revolve and govern how much you can do at one time, and you can only ever take one action unless something gives you a second action in combat, such as the fighter has an ability called Action Surge, where it gives them a second action, usually as a limited use thing. So even if you were to take the attack action, you making more than one attack does not count as a second action. It's very important to differentiate because you will, by and large, you will only ever be able to take one action at a time. Actions can come up in other situations, like a social interaction. You can try and influence a creature or search, but you can't do both at the same time. I typically, if someone is doing something and someone else is like, I also want to do that, that player that just said they want to like influence a creature cannot operate the same thing. So typically people won't do multiple checks at the same time. It'll be, I want to persuade this guy while this person picks the lock, and I'm distracting them when I persuade. So with saying that, you will like, you can do all that stuff. Bonus actions. Now, with a bonus action, you will also various classes. So for existing players, we know all this stuff, but this is for anyone who's joining us for the first time, or is interested in just learning the rules in a bit more detail, or again, bonus actions. Everyone will get a bonus action on their turn as well. So the three things you can do typically in an encounter, this is in your turn order. You can do any of this stuff at any time, in any order at all times, but in like your free form, not encounters, you can do all this stuff whenever. In something where it lists you have a bonus action as a restriction, like combat or an encounter, you will have three things available to you. You will have your movement, which is moving up to your speed. You'll have your action, which is this list we just went through, plus whatever else your sheet can do. And a bonus action. Now, if something's a bonus action, you can only... Okay, let's read through this because I know there's a little rule later that it will state down here. Various class features, spells, and other abilities will let you take an additional action on your turn called a bonus action. The cunning action feature on a rogue allows you to take a bonus action, and it will tell you what you can take as the bonus action specifically. You can take only when it says that it grants you that you can do something as a bonus action, and otherwise you don't have a bonus action to take. Typically, at level 1, you will not have a bonus action unless your sheet tells you that you have one. So example, on Carmine, I can go into their bonus action section. So it will take an action for them to create their Eldritch Cannon. And from there on, just because you're supposed to... They want you to be able to fire the cannon in the same turn you put it down. They let you, now, because the cannon's out and operating sort of independently from you, they let you attack with this version's a flamethrower. My Eldritch Cannon can attack as a bonus action. So I can plop it down, tell it to shoot at something, and in the bonus action, it will then go as a thing. Now, the benefit of that is, now my cannon's out. In my next turn, I can cast a spell and use my cannon. So if someone's going down, I can run over to them, get my med kit out, cure wounds as a spell on them, magically heal them, and then I go back, and then I, in any order, fire my flamethrower. And then as my movement, I can bolt out of there, because typically if they're going down, I don't want to be in the same area as them. I only have 13 health, so I'll just long rest that up. So now he should have full health and all my abilities back. So yeah, that's effectively the bonus action there. Now, reactions will be another conditional thing. Certain abilities and spells will have, similar to a bonus action, a reaction. It's a instant response to a trigger, which can occur in any moment of any time. Now, tieflings have an ability some tieflings have an ability to react to something and cast a spell called Hellish Rebuke. Now, that would be like you cast a spell in response, you're spending your resources to do as such, they will have an effect there. The opportunity attack that we were just talking about is the most common kind of reaction. Opportunity attack is the one you'll see will come up the most because your fighters and stuff might want to get out of combat. You as the wizard don't want to be near people. You're typically going to have to disengage. Otherwise, you're going to be dealing with opportunity attacks. You get one reaction a round, sorry, and you can't take another one until the start of your next turn. So the easiest way to say that is one reaction per round. If the reaction interrupts another creature's turn, that creature's turn continues after the reaction. So in terms of like the order of operation, you can call it a stack as well if you play Magic the Gathering. The stack would be creature takes a turn, I react to that, so now my reaction will happen, and then the creature will keep going after that. I want to, as a creature, cast the fireball spell, blowing up the area in front of me. Player character casts counterspell, which is a reaction, the trigger being someone else casts a spell that you can see within a certain range. Counterspell will turn off the casting of that spell, going back to that turn with that condition in mind. Fireball cannot now be cast and is wasted. Rule overrides that. What would your character do? Ask yourself when you play, not what I as Matt would do, what would my character Carmine do in this situation? Because they have a personality, they have a guide framework. You can self-insert in saying that. We encourage as DMs to pretend to be someone else, but that's not to say that you can't insert yourself into a character, because people do use this game to try out things that they would then take into the real world. But there is a nice separation in this game of I am not my character, and the decisions I make, the decisions my characters make are not representative of me. The flip side of that is that we as a group know that you are taking that action. So consider when you do that, why you are choosing for them to do that. Certain players would be like, that's what my character would do, as a response to something shitty that doesn't contribute to the table's fun. Sometimes it's counterintuitive. You don't want to be oppositional with your party. If you're interrogating someone and then another party member just kills them without considering the fun of the rest of the table, yes, it's something your character might do, but just make sure it's within the realm of what the party's okay with your character doing as well, because it's not an out-of-control train. You are still on the tracks driving them. So just be considerate of that when you're doing stuff, I guess. Ability checks were good. Adventuring equipment, vision and light, obscured areas, light, heavily obscured, light. This one's like you will have light. I'm gonna skip over this stuff just to get into some of the other bits. Darkness, heavily obscured. A lot of this stuff will be like you have blinded condition. This one will be like you just have disadvantage on checks. Light is the illumination of something. You'll either need a spell or you may have dark vision to have light. You could light up an area and suddenly an enemy is revealed, like this here. Obscured areas, you will usually have disadvantage on perception checks that rely on sight unless you have something that overcomes it. The special senses are blind sight, dark vision, tremor sense, and true sight. True sight's basically like you can see through most things and even into the ethereal plane and transformations. Tremor sense is like Toph from Avatar: The Last Airbender. You can pinpoint the locations of creatures within a specific range. So if it's tremor sense 30 feet, you can detect creatures on the direct contact as you or liquids. So grounds, walls, ceilings are the same liquid. Within 30 feet would be the tremor sense for that one. So Toph, if she has a tremor sense of 30 feet, within 30 feet, she can see you unless you're doing like stuff like flying or doesn't require or isn't able to be perceived by sight. Whereas invisibility, still perceivable because you're in contact. Hiding. It's like stealth. It's like you are hiding. It's that one's pretty self-explanatory. Interacting with objects we already covered. I would say on the same surface as you. Yeah, that's the easiest way to do it. I think that's what it says here, on the same surface. Finding hidden objects, same thing. Carrying, breaking, that's in the realm of what can I do, and people will be like, you can do these things. You can do marching or so travel. During adventures, you might do long distances, and we'll let you travel at paces determined by the book. Oh, that's actually different. It used to be 48 miles in a day. DM can summarize his travel without calculating exact distances. Some people like to do the crunchy stuff and calculate the difference. For the most part, travel distance is travel distance. You can travel at 3 miles an hour because you have a lot of gear. You're not traveling at like a regular walking speed. And you can travel about 300 feet a minute, roughly. Unless a rule or an environment will state you can only move this much. I know in the jungles of Chult in Tomb of Annihilation, you can only cover about 200 feet per 5 minutes. So you're moving at quite a slow pace because you are chopping down branches and weeds and plants to carve a map, to carve a path. And then it will explicitly state that you are having to do so. Now, vehicles, wagons, traveling, carriages, water stuff, waterborns, speed of the vessel. So it will tell you what it is. We've kind of done all of this. The exploration. So these are really handy if you want to read examples of things in the book. It'll give you a full play-by-play of everything we've just talked about. We don't need to do that. Combat is. We've very much touched on combat. You will establish your position in the what's called initiative order. Everyone's going to roll initiative. Hello. Your joy to joy your fellow rules grounded weasel. So we're doing heavy rules discussion at the moment, Envy, if you want to catch up. We're in the playing a game section. So we've got a few new players in here, and I'm just kind of going in detail. More like a teaching right now while we're reading the new handbook, because it is good to know the rules. They've clarified advantage again. They've clarified a few things in here. I'm forgetting because I've read so much. Anyone who's been watching for a little bit, can you just remind us what rules have been clarified and or changed in here a little bit? Initiative has changed with surprise rounds. I do know that one has changed a lot. And they clarified advantage, disadvantage to the rule that everyone already knows, but they've written it in a more succinct way of you either have advantage or disadvantage. And even though that they cancel each other out, you can't have it more than once. So that's the thing. I didn't mind the surprise changed either. It's nice and clear. Oh, man. By the way, if you want to discuss any of this with us, we have a full area of the Discord that is open to talking about this. I am a Dungeon Master for Hire myself. A lot of people in this chat and a lot of people in the server are avid TTRPG players. A lot of us play D&D mainly. And myself or somebody else will be able to answer any questions you have. It is in the Adventuring Tales section of our Discord. It is a public Discord. You can come and you can even play games in here if you want. If you want to join a session for yourself, we have party channels that you can do that with. And yeah, you can. It is whatever you want. And we can limit the room sizes to whatever party size you need as well. Just send us a request for it, and then I'll pop them out for you. We've got right now we've got 2 party rooms in there available for anyone to just go play D&D in, or any TTRPG. Do whatever you want. Just go chat in there. Have a good time. Combat step by step. So after you've rolled initiative, now initiative is like everything else, rolling a d20, and then adding what's called your initiative score. Let's go back to Carmine for a hot second. This is Carmine's initiative. It is +3. Now I'm going to roll d20, and then, yes, you can roll digital dice as well. Okay, you can't see that. Let's make it roll somewhere where everyone can see. There you go. I got a 13. The little game log down here, which is a little bit cut off, will display that I have 13 + 3, which is 16. There is my initiative. It doesn't track it for you. The DM will track it. Unless you're using like a VTT, I think Roll20 and the others, I don't think D&D Beyond Maps has an initiative tracker just yet. They'll probably do it. I know they have an encounter tracker that you have separate to the maps function, but I don't use it. I simply I do it a bit more manually because I use flashcards and I flick through them. So every method of tracking initiative is different. Now, what you're going to do here in combat or an encounter, I don't like that it says combat. I think it should still be an encounter. Combat is one part of an encounter. But you will establish your positions with the initiative. Oh, sorry, no. You'll establish positions where the monsters and you're all placed, and then you'll roll initiative, because you might want to determine how far away you are in what direction, and then you'll roll how soon you go. That's a good way to do it. And then you'll take your turns. You'll go through the turn order. The other adversaries or the other people in the encounter, NPCs, sidekicks, whatever, everyone will get an initiative. And then everyone in combat has had a turn. The round ends, and you repeat the rounds until the fighting stops or the encounter stops. Now, initiative, we've just covered this. It will determine the turn order. If a surprise is happened, if you're ambushed by a pack of goblins or whatever's going on here, you can impose disadvantage on the group that you have ambushed. Disadvantage, roll the 2, take the lower. It used to be you get a full turn before everyone, but that could result in everyone just nuking someone or getting killed before the first turn has even happened. Bit of a feels bad. It feels awesome to wipe someone out if you're getting into a combat with that. It makes it nice and punchy. It feels really powerful. But when it happens to you, it's a feels bad. So this one's more for the player's sake, in the way of like, yes, it's a debuff in terms of like getting the first turn out. But if you're surprising someone, you'll be very thankful when they don't when they don't kill you immediately, because even though you have disadvantage on the roll, you still could go first. In a tie, the DM will decide how that occurs. Typically, when I do it, it is I'll say, what's your initiative or your dexterity modifier, because initiative comes from your dex. I'll say, what's your higher modifier? If they both say +3, I'll say, what's your initiative score instead, and who, because that can be higher and lower. If they're all tying, I'll just make you roll off. It's how you do. In your turn, we've already talked about this. You can move up to your speed. You will list your action, and then you will movement and position will give you the movement. Communicating is usually free. It's not talking is not an action unless you're trying to gain a specific result, like influencing them or taking a skill check. That is it. But it doesn't cost you any action or anything to say, like, there's a monster over there, watch out. Like, that's all free. You can just do that. Or do like a battle cry. It's fun. Just do that. Like, do that anything in your turn. It communicate with each other. It's very important to anyway. You can interact with stuff for free. One object is usually for free. You could open a door as you move towards a foe. Like, that's pretty obvious. Oh, okay. So this is where utilize comes in. If you want to interact with a second object, your DM may say utilize, which is fair because it's like, we've given you a freebie. If you want to do anything else, spend some action economy to do it. Or when something needs special care or it presents an unusual obstacle. I have something trapped on a party member. I want to move that out of the way. I might not make you do a skill check. I might just, it's pretty heavy log, and you don't want to hurt your friend just by reefing it off him. You might want to do what you might want to interact and utilize your action to move that log instead. I'm not going to say like you move the log with a utilize action. I'm going to be like, I know what you're taking. You want to move the log. You use your action to move a log. Doing nothing on your turn. If you don't want to do anything on your turn, consider taking dodge or ready. Unless your roleplay is like when I'm playing Crassius in Dragon Break, our Elder Scrolls game on Tuesdays at 7 p.m. Tune in, Australian Eastern Standard Time if you want to hang out for that. When I'm Crassius, I'm a bit of a shithead. He's a very selfish person. He doesn't love interacting. But also for the first session and a half, he didn't have his class. I keep listing him as an author instead of what he will be soon, which is a spoiler. But he basically would just walk around the battlefield and do nothing in his turn because he was a bit of a shit. I would intentionally walk at half speed, and then I would say, I'm going to take the dash action to move a little bit more. And they're like, your movement's 30 though. And I'm like, oh no, he's not running, he's walking. And it was funny and appropriate for the character, but also like he did nothing in his turn. He's a bit useless. But it contributed to the story and his character in a way that we were like trying to establish them. So it was still like helpful in the game of the fun of it, rather than help it, because they were going to survive the combat. It was an easy thing to do. We were level 1. We were fighting level 1 stuff. So, you know, as a player who's played a lot, I know it's not going to... If it started getting, like, dicey and other players started dying, I would be like, oh, shit. And then I would have started picking up a dagger and going for someone. It's entirely dependent on what is going on in the game to decide. Difficult terrain. The easiest way to think about this is if you're in difficult terrain, it costs 1 extra foot. And it doesn't stack the same way. It just, we call it double. It costs you double the amount of move, because that's what 1 extra foot is. Every foot is 1 extra foot. Double move to move the same amount of normal. So typically, if you're in difficult terrain, you're going to be going, I want to move through terrain. I'm going to dash to make it my normal move. Dropping prone, lying on the ground. You have the prone condition. Creature sizes. Creatures will get bigger and smaller. So let's put a creature that is slightly larger, like a dragon, in, and you will see that they just take up more space. Is that dragon I liked? You'll see a creature will take up more space the larger it is. You are considered a medium creature at your size here, whereas an amethyst dragon is going to be considered a huge creature. An adult amethyst dragon comes into the fray. They are roaring and psychically attuned. You can see their crystals floating all behind their back. And you go, oh, shit. Jonathan looks at this creature going, this is so much larger than me. An amethyst dragon is a size category called huge, which is the second biggest. And then gargantuan is the largest. But we consider gargantuan creatures. It's gargantuan, and like above that is just still gargantuan. It is 20 feet by 20 feet or above. Sometimes something we'll consider like Titanic or Titan, and they're just gargantuan, but a bit more. You as the DM will describe how big this thing is, but mechanically, a huge creature will be 15 feet, so 3 by 3. A large creature like this Elder Artuk, where it is it? Artuk Elder is a large creature. It will only take up a 2 by 2. And that's considered a large creature. So you're medium. This creature's large. This creature's huge. And then you could also have small and medium. So small is still the same. It takes up 1 square. And tiny, you can have 4 tiny things per square. So I think pixies. Colossal is just gargantuan. I say something's colossal typically when I want to like give that emphasis, or Titanic. In size, it's the same thing. They just took out the wording because not a lot of stuff is colossal anymore. You know, like a great worm, when a dragon gets too like even larger, could be colossal or gargantuan or Titanic, but they just get massive. Pixie is a tiny creature. Pixie, tiny fae. So you'll see. So these are all sized. They're automatically sized for the D&D Beyond. I don't love how the name kind of goes over the Pixie, but Pixie, I can also copy. I can't copy and paste that, so I wish there was a duplicate button. That's another thing I wish, if you're listening wizards ever, I would like I would like a copy button, if anything, if there is already one. There is not. So Pixies will take up 4 squares, so they can move... if they have 30 feet speed, they're still moving at the same as everybody else. But 4 pixies can now take up the same space that you would. Much like 9 of you can take up the space of an adult dragon because you are only medium. If you want to move through a character, you can move through larger creatures than you. They have to be 2 sizes larger. So because the dragon's huge, Jonathan can move through the creature as long as they don't end... Oh, can they end their turn under it? I don't know if that's changed. So you can pass through the space. You can't willingly end the space occupied by another creature. If you end a turn in the same space, they have the prone condition. So I don't know if that's changed, but that's changed from how I usually rule it. If a creature's large enough, like Gargantuan, I'll probably let you stand under it because it's that much bigger than you, you know? Like, it'll be conditional as to what you can do in stopping under a creature, but typically you have to move through them. In saying that, you can't move through enemies. You can move through allies. So if in this situation, the dragon is an ally, even if it was... so if this Artuk Elder was an ally, you can move this through the space. Even if it's an ally, they'll get out of your way. If these two are an enemy, I cannot get through either of these two characters. I'm trapped there. Unless I have like a teleport, I'm stuck there. Making an attack, you'll see on your sheet, you'll have like attack modifiers. You'll add them when you're creating a character. You'll do all that stuff. It's going well, by the way, Lockie. Hello, welcome back. Choosing a target, determine modifiers, resolving the attack. We've kind of covered that. Cover. The DM will tell you when you have cover. Typically, that you can learn if you have cover or not and what it gives you, but there's always a table. Half, 3/4, total. Total cover is usually what happens when someone's around the corner. That's pretty much the whole thing, and the other two will give you like slight bonuses to your armor and the abilities to get out of the way of stuff. Ranged attacks. Surprise is probably the biggest one. So, surprise is you no longer get a full turn and they're surprised. You just have advantage or disadvantage depending on if you are or aren't surprised. Oh, actually, sorry, no. I think it's just disadvantage. If you are surprised, you have disadvantage on initiative. There is no advantage anymore, unless a class ability gives it to you. Cover. If you have, if you're unseen, if you make a target against a roll you can't see, you as a disadvantage. And if you're a total cover, you just can't be targeted at all. That's a big one. It's like, just because you can't see them doesn't mean you can still attack. It means that you cannot attack them. You will miss. Range, longbow. Longbow has a range. It will have 2 ranges. You'll see on a longbow, it'll say, where is it? 150/600. That'll means that up to 150 feet away, your longbow can fire as normal, but you can long range the longbow up to 600 feet. That is, it's a longbow. You can shoot quite long distances. The meaning of a range is that if it is the long range, your attack roll simply has disadvantage. And if it's above the top number, the 600 feet in the longbow's example, it's beyond your range. You can't shoot it. Everything that is a ranged attack will have either 1 or 2 numbers. Spells will usually just have the 1 number. Fireball, for example, is a range of 150 feet. That's where it goes. It is up to 150 feet, no more, but you can do less. Melee attacks. You have a reach associated with a melee attack. It's usually 5 feet. It will say on the weapon. A glaive, which is a pole arm, will be a little longer. It's 10 feet. You can attack stuff from 2 squares away now. So my Jonathan here can attack the Artuk Elder with a glaive from 10 feet, as it has 10 feet reach. If you're a larger character, like this dragon, the dragon might have 15 feet reach, which means it can attack you anywhere up to that 15-foot range. Making sure that is. Yeah, noted in the descriptions. Opportunity attacks, we've been over. Avoiding opportunity attacks, disengage. Or, if you can teleport, which is just a Misty Step or the teleport spell, without moving your... As long as you don't use your movement to do it, you don't provoke opportunity. If something says... Let's check opportunity attack again real quick. Because if you were blinded, you can't see. Opportunity attack might not say still. Okay, where's opportunity attack? Okay, so opportunity attack here. Does opportunity attack say... Okay, so this is important. When you can make an opportunity attack against a creature you can see. If you have the blinded condition, if you are blinded and you can't see, you cannot make that opportunity attack. That's very important to have, unless you have Tremor Sense, because Tremor Sense or The blind sight, that sort of stuff still enables you to see. Therefore, you can make an opportunity attack. It's the type of sight you have. Now, that is important to know when you are making opportunity attacks or receiving them. Can they see me? I'm invisible, so I can just walk away. Combat. So we're still down here. Difficult terrain. Stuff. This stuff will also come into play during non-combat stuff. It's just the place that it takes place most commonly. We've done cover, range, melee, hit with a sword. You'll add a modifier to it, then you'll deal damage. Very simple. Very appropriate for basically anybody that has played video games or any game really. Like, stuff will deal damage. Mounting and dismounting, life size larger. During your movement, the mounted creature within 5 feet of your dismount. It costs a movement to get on the mount. Sometimes it would take an action. I'm not sure if that one's changed, but spending half your speed is a good way to get on your mount. And there's no athletics check anymore to control to get on the mount. Controlling the mount, you can control a mount that's only been accepted to do a rider. Domesticated horses and similars have it. You can try and domesticate something with an animal handling check. A pretty high roll will let you ride it. But, you know, a wild animal's a wild animal. It can still have its own opinions of you and get rid of you. The initiative count of a controlled mount matches you. That's still the same. It moves on your turn as you direct it, and it only has 3 actions during that turn: dash, disengage, or dodge. A mount can move and act even on the turn that you mount it. In contrast, an independent mount retains its own place in initiative and takes and moves as it likes. So, is that different? Is that different? People who've played regular 5th, is that different? Because, like, if a mount can, like, bite or something, it can no longer do that if you're mounted on it. So the horse can't kick someone in the face while you're riding it, which makes sense. But I think that's different, or that's a homebrew that we've all kind of accepted at that point. Because your dragon mount, for example, if you're a dragon mount, you're a Drake Warden. I'm pretty sure the Drake can do stuff that is also in addition to you mounting it, because you can. Maybe it will say. Jess, if you're watching, could you check your sheet? Actually, I can't remember either. Jess, if you're watching, can you check your Drake Warden for us? If not, no worries. Falling off your mount, you will need to make a dexterity save, otherwise you fall off. While mounted, you must take the same save if you're knocked prone or the mount is. So if the mount goes down, you go down as well, you make your save. Underwater combat. Yes, if you're not good. Yeah, I thought there was... Yeah, if you're like a Cavalier or a Drake Warden, I'm pretty sure they have like specific rules that let you do more. I guess if you're not trained in it, you don't get it. What have we got here as well? Range attack roll, underwater. Automatically misses a target beyond the weapon's normal range. The attack roll has disadvantage on target. So range attacks underwater, bad. You ever tried to see... You seen those videos of someone trying to shoot in the water or fire an arrow? Too much water, it will get in the way. It's a lot harder to hit. Creature that lacks a swim speed has disadvantage on attack rolls unless that weapon's piercing. There's a break starting as well, and I feel like I need to eat something right now because I think my meds are wearing off and it's making me feel a bit weird. So I'm going to go BRB for like a next minute or so. Remember to have a toilet, have a drink, take your meds if you need to, have a snack like I'm about to, and I will come back shortly, and I'll see you in a bit. See you after the ads. Hello. Hello, hello. Oh, okay. Welcome back, everybody. I'm just gonna have a little snackies and some leftover lunch, or leftovers lunch while we're doing this. I was having a little chatty with Jess. A little break, a little mental reset. So, got a little bit of tendies from last night. Okay. So, what were we down to? Were we down to like damage and healing area? Hit points, durability. What else we got? Hit point loss has no effect on your capabilities when you reach 0 hit points. Resting. So resting is basically like you're taking a short and long rest. Short rest is like an hour-long thing. You can do a few of those a day. And then ending the day is an 8-hour-long rest, and you pretty much restore every rule and all your health, as long as you don't have any other outlying things that affect it. You know, hit points up here. Hit points is your health. Don't hit 0. If you hit 0, you're unconscious, and you might start dying. Oh, they brought back Bloodied. They brought back Bloodied. I love Bloodied. If you have half your hit points, you're Bloodied, which has no on the game effect, but might trigger other game effects. So there might be now, there might be creatures now that have Bloodied as their thing. When they're Bloodied, they do this. It could be like a rage mechanic or a berserk mechanic type thing. That's great. They're Bloodied. Added heaps of people just use rule anyway. Yeah. This is from 4th edition. I carried this over myself. I say this stuff is bloodied when I want to give people the information and the second wind of morale in terms of what people are doing. Critical hits. Okay, so has this changed? Damage rolls. We know what damage rolls are. You roll damage when you hit. Spells will have damage. Weapons will have damage. And monster abilities will have damage. A lot of stuff can have damage associated with it. An aura can have damage. Critical hits. Okay, so I do this rule differently, but I'll read out the rules as written for this version. When you score a critical hit, you roll extra damage. Roll the creature's attack roll twice and add them together, and then add your relevant modifiers. So you don't add double of your modifiers. You roll just double your dice. So if you critical hit with a dagger, which is normally a D4. Oh. I don't like enemies not critting. I like critting. I roll a lot of 20s. If you hit with a dagger, normally a D4 damage, you would roll 2D4 rather than the 1D4 and then add your ability mod. So Carmine, if he crit with his dagger, D4 plus 3. The plus 3 is the modifier, so he would deal 2D4 plus 3 afterwards. I don't think they did reading this. If the attack rolls of a damage, such as the rogue sneak attack damage, you also roll those twice. So sneak attack is extra dice as their class ability. Paladins get a spell called Divine Smite. It changed to a spell, by the way. And it deals extra radiant damage. You would also deal that extra damage as well. Now, the way I do crits is I try and speed up the rolls. I actually do what's called perfect rolls instead. And some other people do what's called perfect rolls plus. Other people just do like, there's like a few versions to do it. They'll do double rolls, triple rolls. They'll say like roll on a crit table, roll all this stuff. I like going roll dice as normal. Those dice double them, or roll double dice instead. So what I do is it's perfect rolls. So just for the speed and simplicity of it, because I like making combat go quicker for my players. If you do a perfect roll, you consider what your max damage could be, and if you crit, you just get that. You don't deal double dice, because the reason I don't do that is you can still roll bad with double dice on a crit, and that's a feels bad. I don't love that, because you can roll double ones plus 3. Suddenly your crit means nothing. If you could just roll that normally, you know? You roll a 2, you would still get 5 damage. Now, perfect rolls. What I do is you just get the 11. You would get you don't even roll, you just get 1d8 plus 3. What's the max of that? 11. You hit 11 damage. Yeah, fair. So what are you doing here? So I like going roll dice as normal. You like those dice, double them, or roll double dice instead. Yeah, true. Yeah, it's just I don't like the feels bad of rolling 2 dice and still getting a bad roll. Like and just for the speed of it. So if you're a rogue, 1d8 plus 3, you get your sneak attack. You automatically get your max for your sneak attack as well. So you would go, if your sneak attack's 2d6, it'd be 1d8 plus 3 plus 2d6, which is 12 plus 12 is 24. You just get 24. No extra rolling. It's done. Move on. What else do you want to do in your turn? You can roleplay it. You can roleplay it as much as you want, but the mechanics of rolling are done. Some people do the one called Perfect Plus or something like that. Perfect plus roll. You get max damage, and then you roll on top, and you roll your regular damage on top. So it's like you get the max, and then something as well. I find in playing a lot myself that it makes it spike even harder on those classes that do like sneak attack and paladin. It means that they feel stronger than the other classes, and the other classes start going like, I want it to be powerful. I want to do as cool as that. But they don't have access to it. So perfect roll for me kind of hits that middle ground. It's not the most powerful. It's not the most rewarding in saying that, but it's consistent. And I think I like that the most. So saving throws. Usually with a saving throw, you get hit by something already. So if a wizard casts Fireball, the spell's damage is just rolled for everybody. But in the sense of Fireball, it will tell you in the spell, many saving throws here deal half damage if you succeed the check. Carmine, he makes a dexterity save. Let's make the dexterity save. He gets a 19. That's pretty good. So 22 total, because he's got a +3 here. That would probably be a success. Carmine succeeded on the Fireball, which means that he's going to take half the damage, rounded down. Yeah, rounded down. You like that now. So when the target succeeds on the saving throw, the half damage is equal to half the damage that would be dealt on the failed save. So on a failed save, you would just take the full damage, and on the successful save, half damage. It makes spells feel more meaningful and threatening. Certain other things will make you do a save, or like some effect will happen. Sometimes it will be like save, or it'll be like save, and then if you fail, you still get a result. If you save, you get if you fail, you get full result. If you succeed, you get like a lesser result. So it still feels like you did something meaningful. In that, usually the idea to think about it is when you get hit with something that needs a saving throw, you have been hit by it, and you're trying to minimize what's happening to you as much as possible. And then there will be damage types. So Fireball will deal you fire damage. Slashing will be from a sword. No, it'll be an axe or a long sword. And a short sword will be like a thrusting weapon. So it'll be more like a piercing weapon. Now, to lessen damage, things might have resistance or vulnerability when they deal more. This looks to be the same. If you have resistance to a damage type, that's halved against you. So if you were resistant to fire, when the Fireball hits you, you take your damage from either the fail or success. Now, it's not the full damage. It'll be whatever they rolled. And for example, if you succeed your spell and you have resistance to fire, you will take half of that half. You will take a quarter damage by succeeding, which is great. And if you take the full damage, you'll still just take half, like you succeeded. Now, vulnerability is the opposite. It will deal you double. So if you What do you got? Yeah, so vulnerability, that type of damage is doubled to you. Some zombies and undead creatures will have vulnerability to the holy type of damage, also known as radiant damage. So if they were vulnerable to radiant damage, 8 damage would suddenly become 16. It's great. The paladin cleric love it. They go, oh, my spells work really well on this thing, and you want to keep using it. Usually when you find that out, you'll just pump all of your spells and your damage types of the same into it. Order of application usually. So, oh, okay, weird. If you are multiple instances, so you would be adjustments as penalties, multipliers are applied first. So resistance is applied, so multipliers are first. So like a crit. Resistance is second, and then vulnerability third. I don't know how you can have vulnerability and resistance to start with, but they would cancel each other out anyway. For example, if a creature has resistance to all damage and vulnerability to fire, and it's with a magical aura that takes 28 fire damage, that damage is... So if you have a... Oh, okay, I understand. If you have a magical aura that reduces all damage by 5, if it takes 28 fire, you'll first reduce it by 5 to 23, and then your resistance will kick in down to 11. But if your vulnerability to all damage, because you're cursed, it will go... Oh, okay. Oh, okay, weird. So you're still losing a damage after that because you round down. Interesting. Immunity. Pretty self-explanatory. Immune, no damage. No condition. That's it. Healing. Magic or potions or short rest or long rest will be your healing. When you receive healing, you just restore. Still the same. You can't exceed your hit point max and you regain lost. If you have 8 and you go on 14 health, your max is 20, you'll still only get 6. You can't go above your maximum. Okay. Dropping to 0 hit points, normal stuff will fall unconscious. And then there is a special rule called instant death. Usually a monster that dies, like a creature that the DM will control, unless under their discretion, it usually will die when it hits to 0. Although a dungeon master can rule for an individual monster and treat it like a character, going down the same way a character would, and then they would start making like death saves or the other things that are associated with it. If your max HP is reduced to 0, this is the same as last time. It's basically like a life-draining energy. You will die if your max hit point will reach 0. The thing that does it will usually state this again in the as a reminder in the text of the thing. And then when you take massive damage, when a damage reduces you to 0 and damage remains, if you take extra damage that goes back up to your hit point maximum... Oh. Have I been doing that? I mean, I've been kind on this one. If a character hit point max of 12 and you have 6 and it takes 18 damage, if you hit 0 and then go back to 12 damage, you will die because your character will be 12 on top of your hit point max. So the way I thought it used to work, or it did work, was that if you dealt damage equal to double their health on top of the damage you dealt, then they die. No, I don't think I did. It's 0, then hit point max. No, I think I can't remember what I did, actually. But don't hit your hit point max in a negative. Rarely comes up after lower levels. You're so fair. If your character dies, otherwise fine with me to magical raise your character, such as raise dead. You could also talk with the GM about making a new character of the group. You are not out of the game. The rules glossary has more information on being dead. If you reach 0 hit points, you won't die instantly. You will have the unconscious condition until you regain any hit points, and you now face making death saving throws. If you would knock out a creature, you would reduce it to 0 points with a melee attack. You can instead reduce the creature to 1 hit point and give it the unconscious condition. It then starts a short rest, at which the condition ends it. Oh, that's different. Okay, that is actually different. So usually it would be knocked out, and then after a D4 number of hours, they would wake up with 1 hit point. Now, no matter what it is, they will have 1 hit point. Oh, it's knocking out a creature. Okay, hold on. Let's see if this is different. Knocking out a creature will bring it back after a short rest. The condition ends early if they regain hit points or a medicine check. Stabilizing a creature. Oh, okay, no, this is still the same. This is still the same. Ignore what I said. Okay, death saves. 3 successes, failures. This seems the same. So you roll 3, 1 turn after another. you roll a d20. If you pass, it's above 10. 10 or higher, so it's slightly in your favor, I should say. Yeah, otherwise you fail. If you, on your third success, you become stable and you are no longer dying, you're just unconscious and isn't required to make a death save. But on your third failure, you will die. That will be it for your character. Successes and failures don't need to be consecutive. It's a 3 of a kind situation. Best of 3. Oh no, it's not best of 3. It's a best of 5. It's whatever gets to 3 first. Rolling a 1 or a 20. If you roll a 1, you will fail twice. If you pass, if you roll a 1 on the 20 as a crit fail, you will suffer 2 failures. If you roll a 20 on the dice, you will regain 1 hit point, and that's it. But the key thing here is at the start of your turn. Now, if you were to have 1 hit point after that at the start of your turn, you get your turn back because you have 1 hit point. Which means that if you get your crit, you get a dice back, you get a hit point back, and then you will just act as normal. Nothing happened. I mean, you nearly died, but you're good otherwise. Stabilizing a creature. You can use the help action to stabilize someone with a medicine check. Usually it was just called stabilize. A stable creature doesn't make saving throws, so that's it. And this is what I was thinking before. I thought this changed and it didn't. If a creature takes damage, you've got to make death saves throws again. And a stable creature that isn't healed or isn't a monster, so yourself, your character, will regain 1 hit point in 1d4 hours. So it's a bit longer for you, but it will eventually go away. Now, temporary hit points. So the easiest way to think about this is temporary hit points don't stack. Temporary hit points are separate to your health. So Carmine over here can mark a thing in here saying he has 15 temporary hit points. That is separate to their health. But the temporary hit points will reduce, as you can see here, before. Temporary hit points will reduce before your major health. So if I do this, now your health will keep going down from here when you take more and more damage. So if I mark this damage here, if I take 30 damage, it will reduce the temp health first and then go to the regular health second. If you were to gain new temporary hit points, you can change which one you have. If you have more temporary hit points, you can keep the older ones, or you can take the newer ones. So if you have 12 temp hit points, when you already have 10, you can have the 12 or the 10. It does not combine to 22. They're not hit points or healing. So in terms of death saves, they do not get you up. You need to restore regular health to get back up. You have 0 hit points. Temporary hit points doesn't restore to your consciousness. Only proper healing can save you. And the durations will be listed on things. So it'll either say an action, this many minutes, this many seconds, and then you apply that to what's going on. Conditions are here. I would say read through these as they come up. You don't need to remember all of these. I don't remember all of these, and on my DM screen, I have a little guide to remember. If you have the book and you're reading along, there is a combat damage example here. It will probably go through most of the stuff that we've just talked about in a lovely little picture of rolling a 20. So that's cool. Let's go to the next chapter. I know we've been streaming for a while, but I'm enjoying this, so let's keep going. Creating a character. Now, we'll kind of do this in conjunction over here while I actually create a character. And I'll kind of walk us through what's going on with the new stuff. So we'll get to see some of the new classes here. We get to see some of the main differences. All right, let's call them... Give me a name, chat. Give me a name for the character. Oh, these are the D&D classic cartoon characters. Excuse me, I'm just going to have another... Well, while you're doing that, I'm just going to have another nibble of my chicken. Yum. Bugram. What's their last name? Bugram Berthold. We're just gonna... So you'll see I've unchecked all this. We're just gonna use the we're just going to use the existing rules here. What species are they? What species are they? Because I think we do that. I think we do that first. Oh, they have changed it. It says species now. Okay, so we're gonna get ready. We're gonna talk to our DM first. You're gonna talk with me if I'm the DM. What species are there? Like your base species. Actually, yeah, let's go over there now. Oh, so there's only like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's only 10 now, but Asamar got lumped in with the new ones. So they've scaled it back. These are not the only ones you can choose from. There's like 40 or 50. Oh, yes. Half elf and half orc are gone, but it's because you can now just play an orc and an elf and kind of call them half. But I think there was some problematic stuff in the assumption about the half elf and half orc. So if you have both lineages, you just say that. And you're still either or. And they might have subclasses later, so it might just be elf and then you go into elf and it goes half elf. Right now, I think it's just the simplicity of it. Goliath? You want to be a Goliath? You can go Goliath. All right, while that loads. So we're going to talk with our DM. I'm talking with, the DM. So Lockie, this is your character, for example. You're talking with your DM, me, and you're like, I want to play a Goliath named Bugram. And I'm like, hell yeah! I can change. What do you want? What do you want? So you're gonna talk to me usually in a session 0. We're gonna talk about like what you want to play and how you want to play it. Focused on creating characters and setting expectations. Now, this didn't used to be in the old book. This is basically like the prep that everyone should be doing. You don't have to do a session 0. It's usually helpful. It's like a primer. You can do the session 0 and session 1 as the same thing. Okay, I'm going to change species. So Bugram, the bug-like dwarf. All right, and you can't choose Goliath again. You want to be a dwarf. Okay, let's go dwarf. So it'll be like how they met, how they know each other, and what sort of quests might group undertake together. I had a session 0 for a stream coming up next week that I'm starting, which I really should announce, and I might do that today. But what we're going to do is talk about basically the campaign. We had a really long session 0 the other day because it was awesome, but I also go over stuff like safety tools in my session 0s. So, for example, I actually use this Reddit one. It's really thorough, and I went through all of it because we had a pretty heavy campaign setting, so I wanted to really go over because I haven't played with a couple people in this before. If you would like to use it yourself, this is the session 0 and checklist guide. It goes through everything. So credit to Haze Zero for making this 8 years ago. 8 years ago, I've been using this for so long. Experience, player behavior, the DM, ethics, concerns, and topics, character creation, races and classes, species and classes, game style and character lifestyle, game backgrounds and mechanics, general rules, inspiration, and, all of this stuff. What's specifically that you do as a DM in your campaign? And just because you're doing a session 0 doesn't mean you have to also commit to that. You can step out if you're like, this group's not for me, the DM story is not for me. And that's totally fine. Not all tables are the same. Everyone will have different opinions and things. I'm trying not to go to like the... I try to skimmed over. There's a part that's a bit heavy, and I don't want to trigger anyone. But yeah, the overall, it's like all of this, and then you got to make sure everyone's okay with death if death's prevalent in the campaign, because some people, and it will affect everyone so differently. Death can mean a lot to people. It can mean like some characters will be really close to you. Other characters, you'll just be like, that's okay for them to die, and you'll have an expectation with the DM that it is okay. But some people grow really attached to their characters, and that is also okay because it's your baby, you made it, it's your thing, you've grown with them. You may have inserted yourself into there, and it's a bit harder to die when it is you. I've got a group that are playing themselves, and we're like, if someone dies, what can we do about it? I was like, you'll probably do like a small quest, but you will get them back. Like, I'm not going to kill you in the game that you want to play you because you signed up to do that. So I'll put some hurdles in your way to get your character back to full strength, but other than that, you're not going to be permanent death. Whereas other campaigns, permadeath is a thing. You go in with the expectation that if they die, that's it for them. Tomb of Annihilation is a good example because the whole point of the campaign is that death has stopped working properly and no one can come back or no one can move on, and you need to work out why. And that is a cool campaign, but it is hard and it is designed to churn players. So your DM will need to scale it back if you want your characters to survive the whole way through. I don't think I've never gone through that campaign without some form of death in that game. It's a rough one. It's really fun to play, but it's in there. When you choose your character sheet, you just, you can choose your D&D Beyond sheet. You can do a paper sheet. It doesn't matter how you play. The DM might give you pre-generated characters and you don't have to worry about anything. Whatever sheet works for you. D&D Beyond is the one that we use the most because it's easy. It's easy and you can set it up easy. So create your character. What's what we're going to do here? We're going to choose a class. Every adventurer is a member of class. Mr. Lockie, what class would you like to be? So we're going to create the character the way that this says, because D&D Beyond is a little bit out of order, but it still works for the most part. Did I not apply dwarf? You want to go monk? Okay. We can go monk. I'm just going to choose a little dwarf image here. They have a couple in here. Let's go someone with a big old Bugram. What's a Bugram looking dude? You want to go monk? Okay, I can work with that. That can be a Bugram. Okay, so yeah, you can set a little image. You can also set like a portrait that you choose. So you can submit some art that you commissioned or made yourself or drew, or Google image is also fine. Make sure to not steal and credit your artists. Try not to use AI because we don't use AI in this house. It's a whole thing of theft. Perfect. You'll get your details about what you've got. You'll say your speed. Oh, dwarf speed has changed. It's 30 feet now. Used to be 25. You're about 4 to 5 feet tall. You are a humanoid. You've got some dark vision. That's pretty nice. You're resistant to poison damage, and you have advantage on saving throws to poison. So the 30 feet speed that's changed. Dwarven toughness. Your hit point goes up by 1. I think that's the same. And then you've got stone cunning. You can get tremor sense now. Okay, that's cool. All small creatures are no longer speed penalized. Oh, cool. The bonus action. Okay, this is completely changed. As a bonus action, you can gain tremor sense with a range of 60 feet for 10 minutes. That's really cool. You must be on a stone surface. That's awesome. Oh, stone surface. Okay, so it's limited tremor sense. You can use this a number of times equal to your prof bonus, which will be 2 at level 1, and then you regain them all on a long rest. I like that. That's a good change. The regular stone cunning was really only useful when you're in a dungeon or a mine, and it was kind of very situational in the sense that it wasn't as helpful as it could have been. So, yeah, more or less. Okay, so... Okay, we're going to determine their origin. Is origin different as well? Equipment. Oh, background's up here now. Okay. Is this your origin? Species. Okay, so background has been moved, which makes sense. You should be choosing your class and stuff. We're going to go monk. Okay, let's, okay, so right now, choose a class. So we like, it's reflecting. Oh, the symbols are all different. The way that this works now is so it's actually D&D Beyond doing it for us, that we have step by step is a bit easier to read. Monkey? Want to be a monkey? Okay, so if you're a monk, we're going to add a monk. So add a monk, it's going to do level 1. Monk's quite different, which is nice. We might change the abilities later and have a little read. So what we're doing here is we've got the monk proficiencies. We're just going to choose 2 of them. Let's go acrobatics and a monk skill proficiency. I think you always get 2. Oh, they've got a little table here now. That's great. Primary abilities. So this is going to tell you what it's recommending you. This table didn't exist easily. There was like a whole table you have to go searching for, but it's nice that they've put it in here. You know, your hit dice is going to determine how much health you got and how much healing you've got between combat. Saving throw is strength and dex. You get to choose 2 skills, and it'll tell you what weapons you're good at. So simple weapons and martial weapons that are light, because monks want light stuff. And then depending, I think, what type of monk. Oh, monks can't use halberds anymore easily. Could they ever do that? I don't think they could. Look, the light property may have reworked some stuff. Tool proficiencies, that's pretty good. Armor training, you get no armor as a monk, so you don't even start with that as your armor, and then you'll get a number of stuff. So we're gonna choose. Let's be an athletics monk as well. Now, there's a lot of choice here. He's gonna be a cobbler. He can make shoes. And then you got martial arts. So you can expand any of this to read a little bit more, but you've got you got any simple weapon or martials that have that property, and you gain the following benefits while you're unarmed or only wielding monk weapons and you aren't wearing armor or wearing a shield. So all of this will only work if you're not wearing armor or shields. You can bonus action. So remember the bonus action. You can make another punch, an unarmed strike as a bonus action, which also means kicking. You can kick as well. You have a martial arts dice, and you can roll a d6 in place of the normal damage for an unarmed strike. Now, where's Carmine? I'll have to bring up Carmine again. So maybe I'll bring a monk. Can I just search monk? Filson McBilson. Let's get out features. It's an improvement from a D4. Yeah, they start at higher because why else? Why wouldn't you take a short sword instead of using your fists? Otherwise, so unarmed strike. You can see here. Normally, an unarmed strike will deal, without being a monk, it'll deal 1 plus your strength modifier, or it might deal a D4. Let me get a character that's not a monk out. I like the idea. I just realized Peaches is a centaur monk, which means that they're a monk that, like, they've got their fists up high, but then they could, like, with their hooves be like and just kick people like that. Okay, so unarmed strike. Yes, it is. Okay, so my Zeradius has a strength of -2. This is my Minotaur wizard. Now, unarmed strike will be 1 damage plus your modifier, but if you go negatives, it just goes back to 0. So a monk having a unarmed strike as a d6 in place of the normal damage of your monk weapons is quite big. It also means you can turn, like, clubs and things, or like light weapons like a dagger, into a d6 as well. And this dice changes as you gain monk levels. So there's a monk features table, which is somewhere, probably in the class section. We can go see that whenever we want. And then you got dexterous attacks. You can use a dexterity modifier instead of your strength modifier for any of the monk weapons and unarmed strikes. Improvement on what a monk weapon is too, yeah. So in addition, you can use the grapple or shove of your unarmed strike, which is great. Oh, wait, what? You can use your dex mod instead of the strength modifier to determine the save DC. That's pretty good. I like that. And then unarmored defense, pretty same. If you don't have armor or shield, your armor class is 10 plus dex and wisdom. Yeah, so they've changed grapples and stuff to be not a contested roll, but a DC instead. So there's less of, like, athletics versus athletics. It's like you have a DC now to grapple and they save out of it. Which we'll see if people like. Before I get ahead of myself, I'm going to determine our origin. The origin includes 2 elements, a background and a species. How did the character spend the years leading up to a life adventure? What's the character's ancestors? you can choose your character's languages. Okay, so we're going to determine our origin. Now, the origin is background, so choose origin background. We're using the core rules, so we've got a limited amount again. So I haven't read any of these. So, for example, Lockie, what is our, what do we call him? Bugman? Yeah, Bugram. Bugram, what's our background going to be? To continue to eat my East together lunch. Well, we can do custom, but I want to go into like the main ones. So what are there? Oh, can you not see these? Oh, you can't see these. Okay. Acolyte, artisan, charlatan, criminal, entertainer, farmer, guard, guide, hermit, merchant, noble, sage, sailor, scribe, soldier, wayfarer. I thought the drop down gave you options. Or enabled you to see. Let's go Wayfarer, because I don't know Wayfarer. Now, okay. So these now come with a starter feat. Every background will come with a feat. Wayfarer gives you lucky. So you will gain the number of luck points equal to your proficiency bonus. And you can spend the points on the benefits below. You will regain luck points when you finish a long rest. I think this is different. I think that's different. Luck points were a full reroll on top of advantage, I'm pretty sure. Where's the old ones? Where's Lucky? I think Lucky's changed so I don't hate it. Yeah, so you can roll an additional 20, but the outcome is determined. So it's not okay, so Lucky's now got balance, and I hate Lucky so much less. So I'm gonna tell everybody that now. So Lucky is just spending it to gain advantage. So much better. I hated that you could basically just game the system and you could just keep spending Lucky to just keep re-rolling something. I really disliked that, because they were like, you know, you play Halfling Divination Wizard with the Lucky feat, and suddenly you can just control like all the rolls at the table, and there's no RNG, and it's just no fun. Simply changing it to advantage, so much way better. Oh, and you can impose luck disadvantage on others with a luck point now. Okay, this is great. The balance to it is you can have more later on in levels too, yeah. The disadvantage part is fantastic. That's a brand new change. Is it a brand new change? Oh, no. No, sorry. See, this is the other thing. It's like, it would influence other people's rolls allowed. But now it's just advantage or disadvantage. So it's a lot simpler. You can cancel out someone's advantage to have disadvantage. And so now ability scores are now tied to backgrounds and origins. I'm just going to choose two languages. I'm going to choose Dwarvish and Elvish just to get that done. It's a language. You speak that language. Okay, so now we can... So with the Wayfarer background, it allows you to choose Dexterity, Charisma, and Wisdom. Dexterity, Wisdom, and Charisma. Based on your background now is your ability scores. So it still goes against with our options. Hey, Moth, how you doing? We're reading the new handbook. We're like reading the handbook. We've gone over the we're in chapter 2. We've gone over the rules of how to play. Not much has changed in there except how to roll initiative. But we have realized the lucky feat is different, and I don't like the lucky feat how it used to be. It simply gives you advantage now or disadvantage, which is so much more balanced, but luck points are equal to proficiency bonus now, which is great. I really like that. You regain expended luck points when you finish a long rest. So, also with these backgrounds, we have... So, I think if I select on Customize Origin... I'm wondering if it's going to let me change my background stuff still. Okay, so... Okay, sweet. If you don't want your background... Okay, this is really important. So, if you don't want your background to determine your ability scores for you, you click on this Customize Your Origin thing, and it still works looking like with the 2024 stuff. You click on Customize Your Origin, and it will let you put the scores wherever. Now, if you want it to suggest them for you or give them to you, the Wayfarer background, the same one we were just looking at, Wisdom, Charisma, Dexterity. You choose 2 and 1. So, Scarlet, for a monk dwarf, what should we increase by 2 or increase by 1 or all 3? I wish it let you change your feat. I do 2, but yeah. Maybe, what if we say customize your origin and optional class features here? There's no other options down here, so unless there's a custom origin background. So there was sorry, I didn't say that earlier. Yes, custom background is one. So you can literally just copy what's in this one and then paste it in the other one. Or you could maybe mold it, like maybe there's like a template it can do. I'll do the dexterity charisma. So let's say dexterity and wisdom are the ones that we've got. No worries, Scarlet. Thank you for joining us. I hope you have a good time. If it's just talking you need, I'm happy to provide. Dexterity, wisdom. Look, we got that there. Character details, similar to what you've already got. You know, you choose your options. This is all. These are all for you. This is you choosing this stuff. No worries, man. Personality, characteristics. You still choose these. Are these different? Oh, you just write them in now. Okay. So you just write these in. They used to be like select 2s, but like I think this would be a thing to do. So you know it's just gonna ask you a question, you fill it out. So that's all the same. Let's go to custom background for a sec. I want to see what's different here. Oh, okay. So it's like literally Oh, okay, cool. Kind of wish the tables were still there. I like the tables too. They help new players a lot. It's like a roleplay guide. Maybe it was like in their statistics of details, people weren't using it, so they took it away. Choose an option. So we can go Wayfarer for the background feature, and we can go background characteristics of Wayfarer. And then we can go, oh, cool. 2 skills, 2 tools, 2 skills, 2 languages, 2 skills, 1 tool, 1 language. I'm going to say 2 skills and 2 tools. And then you save that. And my custom background now comes with this stuff. Where's my feet? I would like my feet. Well, I don't have a lucky feet anymore. Where's that? There you go. Okay, background feature. Maybe I'll go like guard, and then I'll change this to Wayfarer. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's put this in. I'm just gonna put this in. It doesn't have the feet anymore. Why doesn't it have the feet anymore? Oh, look at that. Sign language. And you can also roll the table if you want to just have like random languages. Common sign language. That's amazing. Can you say this? Oh, I love that. Character knows at least 3 languages. Common plus 2 languages you roll. Standard language table lists and the widespread in the D&D world. Everyone knows common. Oh, and then you can choose common sign language as another one. I love that. I really like that. I don't know why this is not giving a feat. I don't know why this is not giving a feat. And I don't understand why. Might have to go to the sheet real quick, but we'll, so species is chosen. Origin manager, we don't have any. Choose an alignment, fill in details. We're good for that. It's trap me in ads. No worries. I'm just going to check out why this is happening. Okay. So it looks like, which is weird. So where's find that weird. This is a bit of a oversight thing, I think. So what we've got here is okay, so it looks like it shows up. Looks like it shows up in oh, you can't see it. Shows up down here. It shows up in the feet section. Is odd. I don't know what. Oh. Can't really see it easily. So it looks like your lucky comes from your origin feat. So if I was to change my background here, this is the thing that's not clear, I guess. So if I have custom background, the background feature is, so so for anyone who's just coming back from ads, it looks like he's still got lucky, and it's because I have, okay, so my species traits, features and traits, background. And so species traits, feet. So he's still got the feet, but I don't understand why the background's not reflecting. I don't know if this is broken or not, but I'm wondering, like, have I saved all this? It doesn't show up in the custom background, but like, so if I choose, let's choose something completely different. So I'm going to choose Charlatan and Sage. Now let's refresh Bugram. So, okay, I think I found something that's a bit lacking, but I've still got lucky. I shouldn't have lucky. And it's saying from Wayfarer. Okay, that is if you're making a character that's broken, you shouldn't have this. And you can't delete it unless you go into the sheet there. Okay, that's that is a thing that shouldn't be thing. Did I take the feat from Wayfarer? No, I didn't. So, oh, hold on. Yeah, no, I chose custom background. And I went configure. And I have the 2 skills, and then I have Sage and Charlatan. So maybe do I have to reselect this? So if I choose Farmer now. So now I've got Tough. But if I choose custom background on Tough and choose Sage Charlatan. See, I think this needs to be clarified in terms of this specific character creator. I mean, it's only been out like 2-3 days, so, you know, there might be stuff they haven't found yet. But if I go to features and traits, feats, I now have Tough from Farmer. So it looks like the order of operation you're going to have to do is you go core rules thing, confirm that, and then you go back to Acolyte to customize it. I think it's broken because it's also, it doesn't display Sage and Charlatan's features. It just doesn't reflect. So I think that's broken right now. So right now we're just gonna choose Wayfarer like we had before. So it looks like we might be able to, we can choose what we want, but right now it's not coded. So we got lucky, we've got ability scores. We're just gonna say everything by 1 because that's easy. All right, back to creating a character. We're gonna choose alignment, fill in details. So we've chosen our class. A balanced party will have usually like, so this is like if you're really just starting, you're gonna find out what classes do eventually. So you're gonna find out what stuff is balanced eventually. 4 classes in history have the longest history in the game. You're welcome to use that party setup or replace it with guidelines. You can, you know, this is like your archetypes of characters, but you don't have to do this party comp. You can do oops all bards, oops all rangers, you know. You can be a squad of scouts. That's okay. Your campaign's going to determine what you might want to play or what you want to play and haven't tried. Or sticking with your comfort zone. If you want to wear specific armor, that's also going to come into your class. You get specific bonuses if you're good at wearing it. Most people don't do XP anymore, but it's still included because it's pretty classic to include it. Some people do it, some people don't. Choosing a background. This is what we've done here. So if you want specific ones, you've got ones to choose from. And then you've got record your feat, its particular capabilities, note proficiencies, choose starting equipment. Your starting equipment will come from your background and class. It'll be a bit of both. And your equipment will probably come from your class. And your background will give you like the flavored backstory stuff. Choosing a species, we've done that. Imagine, so this is important as well. Imagine your past and present. Ask the questions rather than just making a guy. Let your character's background and species inspire you to make their past. That past fed into the character's present. With that in mind, consider the answers. Who raised you? Who's your dearest childhood friend? Did you grow up as a pet? How have you fallen in love? But with who? If you have fallen in love at all. Did you join an organization like a guild, a religion? If so, are you still a member of it? What elements of your past inspire you to go on adventures now? Languages. Rare languages. So you've got your regular languages, and then sometimes it'll open you up to the rare languages like Thieves' Cant, Sylvan, Druidic, and then you got your like upper and lower planes and Feywild kind of stuff, and then your Devilish planes. And then your ability scores. So this is like the thing. These are the things that will determine the rest of your sheet. It's a generator. It's a set of 6 numbers that will basically determine where your skills and your pluses and minuses and your modifiers go. We looked at those earlier. Your DM might choose a particular one. And here's a standard array by class recommendations. You can just follow this table if you're ever making a character. So let's follow it for Monk. And standard array is a set of 6 numbers that will make you a little bit good at everything, a little bit good at some stuff, and a little bit bad at others. So what do we got? 12, 15, 13. So we're going to go 12. We're going to go 12, 15, 13, because you want a little bit of strength. You want a little bit of dex. You got a little bit of health there. Constitution's directly your health. 10, 14, 8. And then you want your wisdom to be your second highest score because that's what they work off as their class mechanics. Your dexterity and your wisdom are the most important things here. And then it'll calculate it. In here, in the digital version, it'll calculate it based on what you've input. So we said our miscellaneous bonuses from our species was going to give us +1, so it's added that. And then stuff like your feats might also give you some as well. Now, if you've used a different method to generate them, there's other ones called, you'll see them here. Oh, no, you won't. They'll have standard array, rolled, or manual, or like there's another one called point by. All 3 are valid. The standard array is still in here. I've ruined it. I've got to have this to be able to read the sheet at the end. So yeah, if you want to roll them or do them yourself, I typically do 4d6, take lowest, which is called rolled stats. is fun. You can get higher scores than 15, but you can also get much lower scores than 8. Ability scores. None of these increase for 20. Backgrounds and older species from books. So backgrounds and older species don't include any score adjustments. But if you're using a background from an older book, adjust your ability scores possibly by 2 and 1 or 3. Nothing you go above 20, which is always great. And then a species also used to do ability scores. So if you're using one from an older book, ignore them and use them by their background. If the background doesn't choose to provide a feat, you can create an origin feat of your choice, and that's a small selection of the ones that are new. So feats are broken down into like 2 areas now, from what I know, is you have origin feats, which are the ones that are always going to come with your background selection. And then there's like expanded feats that origin feats are also included in. So you can choose one of the ones that are origin, which are not bad. They're good, like tough and lucky are in there. But you can also choose ones that will make you like sharpshooter, like really, really good at just utterly annihilating someone from range. And they used to be able to do that at level 1, but you can't do it anymore. Unless your DM gives you an additional feat on top of that, which I don't think will happen as much anymore if you're already getting one. Appearance and personality, you can either roll for it, or you can just do whatever you want with it. So this is all up to you. This one. It looks like you can completely roll a character from nothing. Oh, the alignment chart. Okay. Alignment has a few camps of people in it. So it's an alignment for like what your nature is. D&D assumes player characters aren't evil. Check with your DM before making an evil character. Last thing you want is them to be evil and get in the way of the group's fun and the party's campaign. And the summaries of the alignments below will typical behavior a creature that will behave that alignment. Now, it will go from, so you'll have your good on the top, your lawful in the middle, and your neutral in the middle, evil on the bottom. I once had a player make a literal sociopath and not realize. Wow. These are more like guidelines to kind of guide your character. I would say read these in your own time. Most characters are going to sit in good or neutral unless you want to do something evil with them, or you start committing evil actions. But you will more or less do one of these in any case. Like most people will always be in that grid. I don't think you can be out of that grid. And it'll be stuff like lawful good is like the right thing is expected by society, and it's like doing stuff for good without, and by the law, by the book, without hesitation. Neutral good is like do the best they can, but not feeling bound by them. And then chaotic good is act as their conscience directs with little regard of what others expect. A rebel who waylays, accrues barren taxes, collectors, uses the stolen money to help the poor is chaotic good. So like, a lot of your protesters will be chaotic good because they are standing up to what the law says because they disagree with it. Or they're trying to get something changed to be law, which is also, it's like, their conscience is directly in contrast to some of the things that is happening, and they are trying to do something about it. Neutral. It's like you're not good or bad. There's a good line down here. Most creatures lack the capacity for rational thought and don't have alignments, so they're unaligned. So you'll have sharks, savage predators, but they aren't evil. They're just neutral. They're a shark. If a shark was doing it because it reveled or enjoyed someone dying, instead of just being a shark, evil. It likes killing. It likes doing acts that would be considered societally bad. If it does it with a code, lawful evil. If it does it just cause, chaotic evil. And you can also roll on your stuff to go like, what kind of trait do I have with it? And then like you just fill in your numbers and details. So if you were to create a paper sheet, you would be recording all of this stuff and then fill in the numbers like your saving throws and skills. And that would be simply using these, where are they? using these, where's my Zeradia sheet? Using these numbers up here to inform the numbers in this skill list, and anything that has proficiency, which is this black dot, you'll have to look up what you are proficient in, but you'll add your proficiency to it. And that's how you get pretty much every number on this sheet. All of the numbers over here, like your passive senses and your saving throws, your initiative. Your armor class can come from that. It will be influenced by it, but won't be always the case. Your spells will come from it. Your how do people get out of the DC will come from it. So that's kind of where they sit. Now, this will take some time, but you can do it. I believe in you. Hit point, initiative, armor class, stacks, all of this stuff will do it. And then you can create your final details, like your gender, your goals, what people you care about, deepest fears, kind of esoteric stuff like the in the fears and your goals. You know, what's your long-term goal? What's your short-term goal? What's your esoteric goal would be like your life view goal. You know, like something like longer than it's like your value almost. Character advancement will be like you have your your experience, gain a level, you will go up a level. You have your new stuff. So if we were to go up a level with our guy to level 3, suddenly we have a lot more choice. We get some stuff at Monk's Focus. We get our focus points. They're no longer called key points, they're focus points. You can expend these to enhance or fuel monk features. You start knowing Flurry of Blows, Step of the Wind. And when you expend this focus point, it's available till you finish a short or long rest. At the end of the match, you regain the expended points. Some features use your focus points to require a target to make a saving throw, and that DC is Wisdom 8 plus proficiency. I think that's the same. And you can expend focus points to make unarmed strikes as Flurry of Blows as normal. Patient defense, you can take the disengage as a bonus action. Alternatively, you can spend a focus point to take the both disengage and dodge as a bonus action. You can take the dash action as a bonus, as Step of the Wind. And alternatively, you can spend a focus point to take both disengage and dash as a... Oh, okay, so Step of the Wind just enables dash as bonus. And alternatively, you can spend a focus point to do... Oh my god. Disengage dash as a bonus, and you can also jump further. That's pretty cool. I think that's different. Unarmed movement's not changed. You just got 10 extra feet. Yeah, they're just extras now. No, sorry. The key point is all 3. And the dash is the bonus as regular. Oh, deflect attacks. This is great. Oh. When you this is great. When you roll initiative, you now get all your focus back. This is new. It used to be short or long rest. Okay. So once you finish this feature. So this is limited use then. When you roll initiative, you gain all your points back. When you do so, roll your martial die and also regain hit points to your monk level plus number roll. I like that. And then you can't do it. That's like a once a day. Okay, so deflect attack is great now. Used to be deflect missiles. They reduced it to... They made it deflect attacks because the scope is broader. But now... So this will change later on in levels, but when an attack roll hits you and its damage is bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing, you can just reduce the damage taken against you. The reduction equals 1d10 plus your dexterity modifier and monk level. So what it used to be is when a projectile hits you. No, sorry, when a missile, like an arrow, a sling bullet, something physically shot at you or flung at you, is shot, thrown, flung, you know, whatever range thing it is, you can deflect it. Now it looks like you can use your focus to do against swords and things as well. So you're spending a focus point to redirect some of the force, so you can like hit the sword out of the way and it cuts you slightly less. As long as the attack was within 60 feet and isn't behind... Oh, 60 feet. Okay. And it isn't behind total cover if it was ranged. That creature must succeed on a dexterity saving throw or take damage equal to 2. Oh, wait, hold on. No, sorry. This is the throwing back. If you reduce it to 0, you can throw it back and redirect it. If you do so, you can choose a target within 5 feet of yourself. It was melee, or you can see a creature that's 60 feet, which isn't behind cover. And then they have to make a dexterity save or 2 rolls of your martial arts dice. So at level 1, that's 6d6 plus your dex. That's great. And this is a reaction ability. This is very good now. So you reduce the damage. You reduce the damage to 0. The sword can suddenly stab the guy next to them. I love that. I love that flavor. It's really good. Okay, so Warrior of Mercy was the other one I was thinking of. So we got Warrior of Mercy, Shadow, Elements, and Open Hand. Lockie, what is the subclass for our monk? I would love to try out new elements. So, I'll finish my usually. New spell, whatever elementalism is. So if anyone doesn't know, when you hit level 3, you will choose a subclass for your class. It's like a specialty and it's like a specialty and a bonus niche to your class. And you will start to specialize in this one is called what's it called? Warrior of the Elements now. We'll just call it, like, half the time you'll hear us call it an Elements Monk. At the start of your turn, you'll be able to redirect energy and do like elemental damage with your strikes. So at the start of your turn, you can do a focus point to imbue with energy. The energy lasts 10 minutes, and then as long as you're still up, and you gain the benefits of the features active. So when you make an unarmed strike, your reach is 10 feet greater than normal. What? As the elemental energy extends from you, that is sweet. That's very new. This used for anyone who didn't know, this used to be like the single worst class in D&D. Subclass, I should say. No one took it. So, elemental strikes, whenever you hit with your unarmed strike, you can deal, you loved it. You can deal a damage of your choice now of any of the elements. So, acid, cold, fire, lightning, or thunder rather than its normal damage. So, your bludgeoning can now become one of the elements. And when... Oh... Maybe I'm understanding. Okay, no, whenever you hit, it can be... Yeah, it's just imbuing with elemental energy. So, when you deal one of these types, you can also make it a strength save. They can push them 10 feet away. Ooh. So, whenever you hit with an unarmed strike, you can deal any of these damage types. So, the way I read that is it's not... You can spend a focal point... It doesn't say you choose an energy type here, which means that as long as energy attunement is active, you could punch once as your unarmed strike, and then as your bonus action, you could punch with a different type. So I could punch them with cold damage and then fire damage, and I could give them the old hot and cold fists. And then if I can make a third attack in the same turn, do it again. And if anyone is wondering why that is so good, is to me, if you're trying to work out something what is resistant to, doing multiple attacks of different elements will find out very quickly. You're like, I'm going to punch it with fire, I'm going to punch it with ice, I'm going to punch it with lightning. And seeing what happens there. And then you can push them up to 30 feet away if you do all of those. You'd have to keep running to them, but yeah. It's cool though. It's like a press the attacks kind of option. Okay, now we basically create a character. Nope, because you have reach. Yeah, but if you push it another 10 feet, you'd have to go again. Record a new class feature. Adjust proficiency bonus, adjust ability for one of it. So, we've done all that. We've basically made a character now, and it's just what tier of player are we playing in. This will be like tier 1 to 4. You'll be apprentices, broader populace. You'll learn the class features, and then in tier 2, that we're full-fledged adventurers. We can gain iconic spells, and now we face larger threats like threatening cities and kingdoms. And then in tier 3, yeah, true. Well, the movement's already increased by this point, because you should have at level 1. No, hold on. Unarmored movement's at level 2, so you already have 40 instead of 30, you know? For most people. And in tier 3, special among adventurers, you learn reality-altering spells. They confront threats to whole regions. And at tier 4, you are heroic archetypes. The fate of the world or the multiverse might hang in the balance during your adventures. That is cool stuff at level 20. And bonus feats at level 20. The DM can use bonus feats as a form of advancement after characters 20 to provide greater power who have no more levels to gain. With this approach, each character gains a feat of their choice for every 30,000 XP they get. Epic boon feats are especially appropriate for these bonus feats, but a player can choose any feat for which their level 20 character qualifies. So you could easily push them 20 feet back, then move 35 feet back. Hot damn. Yeah, so you'd be 55 away from him by the end of that. Starting equipment, you'll get that at your class. Sorry, I should be making sure I'm drinking and eating. Doing so lets you mix the abilities of a character or just dash. Oh my god. Yeah. Well, you'd have the bonus action dash, and then you could have your 2 punches, yeah. But you don't get your dash, you don't get your extra attacks until level 5, I'm pretty sure. Experience points is good, hit points and hit dice, proficiency bonus, based on your total character level, not a particular class. We all know this. Proficiencies, class features. So you'll get a class feature in that level. Multi-classing is another thing. Armor class, extra attack. So extra attack will be like, your class will tell you if you can get extra attack. And spell casting will depend on your class as well. And then if you multi-class... Why is there no multi-classing section? Oh, if you multi-class but have the spell casting feature... Okay, so this is all the multi-classing requirements. So class features of... you will have different spells on your multi-class. And you will get spells differently compared to what you had. I think this might be a little different, actually. Unless the class says different. So if you are a Ranger 4, level 3 Sorcerer, you can prepare 5 Ranger spells, and you can prepare 6 Sorcerer spells as cantrips. So that's pretty good. Each spell you prepare is associated with one of your classes, so you can use the spell casting ability of that class when you cast your spell. Cantrips will increase at power at higher levels as normal. I wouldn't worry about multi-classing if you're fairly new, but they do come into play. Okay, so you make your character, try to roll on the Tinkerer's table to get a trinket. This is just like a little thing you can have, and there's about 100 of them to roll from. So, we've created our character. We have Bugram Berthold, the dwarf monk, ready to play. Ooh, I love this new art so much. Okay, so character class provides a character's most exciting abilities. Now we've got all of the 12 classes. He's just a little bug guy. We've got all of the classes. There's 12 of them, and then Artificer is another one, but it didn't get updated in this new stuff. It's coming later, but it will be fine. We will get our Artificer back. Okay, so far, something. Oh, we're gonna look at all of these. We're gonna look at all of these because we want to. This is like the main part I wanted to do today, but we have been streaming for a while, and we went over the very intro stuff. And I'm just going to change my title there because now we're directly into the new classes. So if people want to check it out, they can tell that we are doing something different now. Okay, I'm really excited about World Tree. I think that's so cool. It's like a Yggdrasil barbarian. If you're familiar with the Nordic Yggdrasil tree, the World Tree, as it were. And we're going to check out Barbarian first. Storm with rage, wade hand-to-hand combat. Follow the path of the Berserker to unleash raw violence. The Wild Heart to manifest kinship with animals. The World Tree to tap into a cosmic vitality. Or the Zealot to rage in union with a god. All right, let's head down to Barbarian. You know, we'll get to the others. Oh, Aberrant Mind is the... No, hold on. Aberrant Sorcery. Aberrant Mind Sorcerer became... it graduated. It's a great class. Oh, Wizard's got less. I will... Might go on a little BRB screen while there's ads going. And come back after that. I'll just keep an eye on it. Oh, wait. Where'd my ads go? Oh, I just missed it. All right, I'll be back soon. Okay. Okay, we're back. Okay, we're back. Go back over here. Okay, so what do we got here? We're checking out the Barbarian. We're going to go down the Barbarian list right now. And what I'm very excited for is... 1. Art. Amazing. Again. So we got the primary ability strength. Simple and so we can still take. Hey, look at the cutie. Look at you though. No, you. We've still got strength and con. D12, fantastic for the stuff. I'm getting a bit sick of this music too, by the way. Anyone got any recommendations for some stream music that I could put on? I'm a bit sick of the drum and bass. My brain's like, no thank you anymore. No thank you. I've had too much. I've had too much. Thank you so much. What? Give me a little recommendation. Give me a little recommendation. Miley on Shields. She's AB. I don't have Epidemic Sound as much as I should subscribe to that. YouTube. What's this? What's this? Oh, I like that. Let me make sure it's not gonna blow your ears out. Yeah, I like that. I do like that. Music that you could get away with playing over the coffee shop speakers. Very funny. Okay. Let's keep that going. I like that a lot. Is that a good volume? Is that about the same as what it was before? Oh, also, Lockie, is there a way to boost mic volume higher without pushing gain higher through like Discord or like on my XLR? Because if I push this any higher, it starts to get a bit peaky, and I don't love it. Like, is this peaking now? Is this going too high? Because it's not capping out at 0, but I don't know if the gain on the mic is too high now. Versus here, where it's going to be a little lower, but I don't think it peaks out either. I've got the Go XLR software, so I don't know if it's this doing it. It's a good volume. Yeah, when we were playing Dragon Break, one of the comments I got on the first episode was I was too quiet and the others were too loud, but they were like peaking a little bit through Discord, so I'm wondering how to like have their volume nice and high by getting them to turn up, but without them only just switching the gain slider too high. Because like they're usually on full volume in Discord. Let me open some pizza while you're doing that. Because I can whack them higher on this thing. It's just the peaking issue, you know? an incarnation of a ferocity of a predator, a storm's fury, and the sea's turmoil. It can be whatever you decide. I have had sorry, this music's getting in my brain. I've had a butler character. I role-played them as a butler, and they were a barbarian, but their rage came in the form of, like, keeping miscreants in line. So they were like, manners! And they would, like, smack you with their cane. And so I had them wield a quarterstaff or a club or something, and that would be their weapon that they just, like, hit people with. They would just smack them in the ankles and be like, behave! And I mean, that was their gimmick. That was their shtick. It would be a rage, but a calm, collected presence that would be their lawful nature. Their discipline was their rage. Okay, so some barbarians personify their fierce spirit as a revered bear. Others see it as a connection to pain and the anguish of the world, or as an impersonal tangle of wild magic, or as an expression of their own deepest self. For every barbarian, their rage is their power that feels not just battle prowess, but also uncanny reflexes and heightened senses. Barbarians often serve as protectors and leaders in their communities. They charge headlong into danger, so under their protection they don't have to, and their courage in the face of danger makes barbarians perfectly suited for adventure. If you're a barbarian, you can get all the core traits, and then you get the features, and then as a multi-class, you'll get some of this. We're just focusing on being a pure barbarian for this. So we'll see it level. We'll go down all this as much as we can. I've probably got until 4 today at the latest. So we'll go through as much as we can. I might do. No, I can't show you that. I just instinctively opened my calendar, but I don't want y'all seeing that. Okay, so I might do maybe some like morning stream tomorrow, looking at the rest of the handbook, and then I want to design my task for tomorrow is definitely designing an overlay and some PAX posters. So it'll probably be like until lunchtime that I'll do Players Handbook, and then I'll take over doing some design stuff tomorrow, I think. So we'll have another couple hours of this tomorrow. What do we got here? And I'm just checking my... Okay, so... What do we got here? Okay, so... You can imbue yourself with the primal power called Rage. You can enter Rage as a bonus action, so that's the same if you aren't wearing heavy armor. So that's completely the same if you played Barbarians before. You can enter the Rage a number of times shown as a Barbarian Rages of the features table, and you gain an expended use of a Rage when... Oh! Is this new? Let's go... Come back to boons. Sources. I like that you can just go 2014 handbook here. I think that's new, right? Let's go to Barbarian down here. So this is the old Barbarian. We got Barbarian features. So, Raging. You are Primal Ferocity. You can enter Rage as a bonus action. While Raging, you can gain the following benefits if you aren't wearing heavy armor. And then, so... You will have advantage on saving throws. When you make a melee weapon attack using strength, the same stuff. And then... Yeah, so you now regain... Okay, so... Okay. I should really make a notice of all these changes. So, could even make some, like, short forms on it. It's... When you regain a use of a short rest, you regain all expended uses to finish a long rest. While active, your rage follows the rules below. So damage resistance, you have bludgeoning, piercing, and slammage resistance. So that's the same. Rage damage. When you make an attack using strength with a weapon or unarmed and deal damage to the target, you gain a bonus damage that increases as you gain level in Barbarian. That's the same. Strength advantage, that's the same. You have advantage on strength and strength saving throws. Strength and strength saving throws. And this is while your rage is active. Concentration on spells. You cannot maintain concentration and you cannot cast spells. You still... that is still the same. So you are unable to do that. That is not changed. Duration. The rage lasts until the end of your next turn and it ends early if you put on heavy armor or incapacitated. If your rage is still active, you can extend it. This is actually a lot clearer. It used to be like 10 rounds or... Rage lasts a turn, or if you make an attack roll, force an enemy to make a saving throw. Ah. Wait, what? Hang on. They took away the taking damage part. Is that... Hold on. Am I reading this right? So, if you... Oh, okay. So you can now... Oh, I think I understand why. The rage lasts until the end of your next turn and ends early if you don heavy armor or have the incapacitated condition. If your rage is still active on your next turn, you can extend it by making an attack roll, forcing a saving throw, or taking a bonus action to extend the rage by the turn. Each time the rage is extended, you can do it until the end of your next turn, but rage now can last 10 minutes. So normally rage only lasted 1 minute. If you actively keep your rage going, now it's a 10-minute thing. So the key differences here are rage is a bonus action to extend it. It no longer is damage that extends it. You have to actively extend it, and your rage will only last a turn otherwise. Make an attack roll, make a saving throw, take a bonus action to extend the rage. It's a little bit of a nerf, because it takes your bonus action economy, but I have a feeling a lot of this new book reminds you of your reactions and bonus action economy. And each time the rage is extended, you can make a maximum of 10 minutes on your rage now instead of just a minute. So I think there's a bit of push and pull there. The bonus action to extend rage is handy if you do nothing in your turn other than like run, saving throw, or take damage, because you're not always going to have one of those. So simply taking a bonus action to extend your range is great. It does lock you out of some other stuff, which is fine. But the 10 minutes of raging is quite big. I actually think that's quite good. Like you can rage outside of combat now, and it means something. So I do like that change. Unarmored defense. 10 plus dex and con, and you can still use a shield. Same. The rage outside of combat's quite big there. Weapon mastery. Okay, so this is a brand new thing. Your training with weapons allows you to use the mastery properties of two kinds of simple or martial melee weapons of your choice, such as great axe and hand axes. Whenever you finish a long rest, you can practice weapon drills and change one of the choices. Ooh, okay. I thought you were stuck with them. That's great. When you reach barbarian levels, you can gain the ability of property to use the mastery properties of more kind of weapons shown in the barbarian features table. Okay, so you get weapon mastery at level 1. Okay, so I don't know where it says there. Weapon mastery. Okay, so it's a new table entirely. So you get weapon mastery at level 4. Okay, that's actually a meaningful change. So you not only... So level 4 is typically one of like... Level 4 and level 8 are kind of like... half the time, because you get an ability score improvement, which is like a feat or like a little boost. The fact that now you get your... Oh, you get 3 rages at level 3 now. Was that always that? But your rage damage doesn't go up until level 9 by the look of it. But level 6, you get 4 rages. Okay, they've balanced this a bit more. Your weapon mastery starts off at 2 and goes up to 3 at level 4. I do like that level 4 has a bit more in it now. Even if it's only little, it's a lot more. Okay, so I do wonder if the mastery properties are gonna step on the battle master's toes a little bit. But maybe the battle masters are better as a result. So back down here. So we've got weapon mastery, brand new thing. That's cool. So we can select 2 of these. Let's go back to Bugram, and I'm gonna just make him a barbarian real quick. I want to see what some weapon masteries do here. Let's get rid of monk. Let's make in a barb. Yeah, but I reckon it'll be like they get extra. I reckon they get extra masteries, and they're gonna get extra feats towards it. Okay, I like this. Okay, so oh my gosh. Oh, this is not a great drop down. Okay, so this is very confusing to look at. I am realizing. Oh, I understand why. They should. In my opinion, I understand that it's alphabetical. They should group weapon mastery. Oh, sorry. Let me hold on. I can change this. I can change this. I can change this. Give me a sec. Okay, so you've got desktop now. I'll just make the desktop bigger. Put chatty over here again. Why is my chat disappearing? Okay, so the drop down's here. I'm just gonna make it larger for you. There you go. Do that. A bit of that, and then you don't need to see the bottom either. So there you go. Have some desktop as a treaty. Have some desktop as a treaty. There you go. There you go. Damn window capture. Does this still work if I do this? All right, there you go. Okay, so you've got this stuff here now, and I'll lock that off for you. So weapon mastery. So what I was just saying was it's in alphabetical, and I understand it's in alphabetical for that reason. But if I'm looking specifically for weapon masteries, what I would like to see, yeah, I know, right? What I would like to see in place is actually, I would like to see them sorted by what the weapon mastery is in alphabetical, and then within that, the battle axe, blowgun, dart, dagger. Like, I want to see what weapons are available for the mastery rather than the weapon itself, because the weapon itself right now this is a nightmare to look at. I don't enjoy this. Categorize them and then alphabetical. So do you remember when they actually did this for all the feats and backgrounds? I thought they were going to continue it. In like, if you go to make your character and have the legacy options on, it categorizes feats and it categorizes where all the sources are from, and then you just scroll down them to choose which ones you want, and it's a lot easier to read. And I think they really should do that with this weapon mastery thing, because this sucks. This sucks in a way that really doesn't help my readability instincts. So, Barbarian, let's go to the Great Axe. This is classic. What's another one you want to see, Lockie? Or chat? Like Vex, Topple, Slow, Nick, Sap, Push, Cleave. I think that's all of them. Slow is another one. Oh, Slow looks cool. Okay, any of those. You can also read any of them. Cleave, Graze, Nick, Push, Sap, Slow, Topple, Vex. So if it was categorized like this, like under Cleave, these. Test out some Slow. Now, Slow, if you hit a creature with this weapon, let's go back to my Barbarian. Let's go a Slow with a Whip. Oh, Whips will be useful now. Okay, so if you are Slow, if you hit a creature with a weapon and deal damage to it, you can reduce its speed by 10 feet, because the Whip will be like, whoosh, and get them and tie them up a little bit. Until the start of your next turn, if a creature is hit more than once by the weapons in this property, it doesn't exceed 10 feet. Okay, so weapon masteries aren't going to do battle master level stuff, which I think is appropriate in terms of the game. You don't want to completely make the fighters like one of the four of the fighters classes you don't want to make that completely bad. So, you know, I know some people were complaining that like, oh, I really wish the weapon mastery properties did a lot more. I don't know. I don't know if you would want that, because you don't want to have every weapon be just awesome, because it's like when everything's OP, the power creep's just going to get worse. So you only want to have this is already power creep. This entirely is what this is. This is smaller power creep, but it's still power creep. And so like slow, you know, reduced by 10 feet. That makes sense. It's like a frostbite spell. You slow them down with some ice. If you have slowed someone, it looks like the other ones that do slow, and I wish I had a category thing, you can slow them with a club because they might be dazed a little bit. Bonk them on the head and they go, whoa, and they have to recover from that. Or they're limping, maybe. Longbow is a slow. Okay, so it could be like a suppressive fire thing that you're submitting to doing to them, much like a crossbow. Or you've just shot them in the leg, and they are slower as a result until they pull that arrow out and keep running. Javelin, same thing. I saw musket is slow. I feel like this is a lot of wounding stuff. Like if you hit a creature with a thing and deal damage to it, it will hurt them and they'll be limping away or like holding their shoulder running or something. I saw a sling also slows. Looks to be like precision ammunition based. It's wounding or damaging armor, yeah. The other one was cleave. I'll go to cleave. Sorry, been sitting down for a while. I need to realign my hip. Okay, I like cleave. Cleave, I know a lot of people used cleave anyway, and cleave, so a lot of this stuff was already in Baldur's Gate, and I have a feeling this was, I think a lot of Baldur's Gate, if I'm going to be frank, not in a bad way, I think in like a cheeky way, I think a lot of Baldur's Gate was testing this stuff, and then they were like, if people are using it and they like it, this is data for us, because Larian's clearly got that data, so they can see what classes are played most. They can see what people are playing most. They can see what abilities people are using most. They would have all of that data if they chose to track it. And then Wizards can then see it, probably for game design purposes, you know? What do people like in Baldur's Gate that we can bring over to the real game? What's going to work from Baldur's Gate? Potion as a healing, potion as a bonus action? Love it. Everyone loves that. But is it going to be worth putting in the main game? Everyone was already doing potions as a bonus action anyway, so why not put it in, you know? Graze, cleave. Sorry, I was doing cleave. If you hit a creature with a melee attack roll using this weapon, you can make another melee attack roll with the weapon against a second creature within 5 feet that's also within your reach. On a hit, the creature takes the same weapon's damage, but you don't add ability modifier. So this always gets new players. Not adding ability modifier is a thing. However, unless that damage modifier is negative. You never do that anyway. That's fine. You can make this extra attack only once a turn, so it's only for a second creature. I know that there's other cleave rules that people could still homebrew, where you could just keep cleaving. You could cleave, but what would happen was every extra cleave had disadvantage to hit. So it would be like cleave, you chop through someone, the inertia lost of the chop has a lesser chance of hitting the second person because it is technically slower. But you could do it basically in a circle. Like if you had 8 enemies around you, you could do a spin cleave and you could hit all of them if you could hit 8 attacks with disadvantage, or 1 attack plus 7 with disadvantage. So I find that really cool. I'm just going to have a little drinky and a little snack while the ads are playing. So if you can see this, thank you. While we are waiting for the ads to finish, what do you like best out of all this stuff? I really like the weapon mastery properties so far. Not for like specifically the abilities. I really like it because I like the just having a little bit extra for my martial classes. I think martials are left behind a lot of the time. So I already drink the 0 sugar one, but I also have to drink the 0 caffeine one now because I don't want it to... I already don't drink coffee, so I'm a little bit caffeine sensitive in that sense that if I had it in addition to my meds, it could affect me in a negative way. Because sometimes I drink one coffee. I usually drink like one coffee a week. Sometimes on a stream day, if I drink the coffee and I'm already too amped up, I'll get like a sick and stressed feeling. And I don't like it. It is unsettling. And it's not because I haven't eaten or anything. That's a separate problem that I have. Now I'm taking these different meds, but types of things. So, and we're nearly back. So if you're hitting with a cleave, right? So if you're hitting with a cleave, let me know if you can hear me. If you're hitting with a cleave, you could just swing around and hit everybody. Right now, this version, I mean, maybe there's like advanced, if there was like advanced mastery properties, maybe that's something that could go into it. Like, we can add like a bonus for this. Hello. So like with the cleave, if you want to do the homebrew version, maybe at like, I like the idea, right? Let's go back to the barbarian. I like the idea of in a barbarian. So if you are cleaving, I would probably allow in my campaign, right? Where's the weapon mastery table? Where'd that go? Is there a limit on? Yeah. So it says you can make this action once a turn. Switching weapons changed? Really? What? Where? How? I thought it's still an action to don and doff shield, and it's still a long time to don and doff armor unless you have cast off. But I didn't know weapons were changed. I mean, I already just ruled changing weapons as free anyway, unless it was like a specifically kind of big weapon. But we just kind of ignored it. So, yeah, with cleave, you can make the stack only once per turn. And so, see, I was thinking, Lockie, during the ad, where's my barbarian table? Where was the, weapon mastery. Where's the weapon mastery table here? So, have I got two barbarian going? Oh, quick build. This is the old, I'm silly. It's the old barbarian I was looking at. So let's go back to here. So weapon mastery. It's free to switch weapons now. I already did that. I already had that as a thing people can do, but I don't mind if people, as long as it doesn't say a full action to do something like a shield. Apply cleave with attack, then slow. Apply cleave and then attack with slow. Yeah, so you could, I understand what you're saying. I don't know if multi-attack... We'd have to check the multi-attack rules. If you can switch weapons between attacks like that. Because that would be... I thought you meant, like, in a turn, can you switch weapon, like, at the start of your turn. So, let's see if... let's see what that says in the playing the game bit. So, I'm glad that the playing the game is, like, at the start of the game now. Okay, so, combat. Let's see, changing... Change weapon. Okay, well, equip? Okay, so equipment, equip. Maybe we have to go to a specific area of the handbook. Equipment. Oh, nice art. I like that. Weapons. So I like the masteries in here, and it's all got like the little things on it. But I want the masteries specific area to be I like all this. Oh, they've added musket and a pistol into the actual now. I like that. Oh, I love this new art. They're great. I want that guy. So Lockie, do you know where the equipping and unequipping? Oh, I love this as well, showing the different armor types. Where's scale mail? Where's that? What armor is scale mail? Scale mail is medium. Oh, it's this one. Scale chains. Yeah, where do you know where the equipping unequipping is? Is that the is that in the playing the game for like actions? Actions. Utilize non-magical object. Probably actions. Yeah, it's weird. It's not here either. Oh, weapons. No, proficiencies. Let's go to the glossary. Rules, definitions. Equip. E for equip. Nope. Yeah, it's not here. I don't know. Can somebody check that for us? Can someone like look that up? Lockie, do you have access to the new handbook? Do you need it? I can give you it real quick. Or I can, if you want to look at the free rules, there's a new free rules document. If you want to have a little looky in there for me. I do not know where it is, but I am going to keep going with this stuff because I've only got like 20 minutes left. So, this one. Oh, Persona 5. So, what do we got here? I'm going to go back to the character classes. So the weapon proficiency is cool. I know we went rabbit hole a little bit. So we got danger sense. So right now, we know that the rage is different. We know rage is different. Your... Oh, I don't want lyrics. Okay, so with that, we've got duration lasts to the rage at the end of the turn. So we know that's different. Weapon mastery is completely new, so that's different. You gain an uncanny sense of when things shouldn't be, when given the edge on dodge peril. So you have advantage on dex saving throws unless you have the incapacitate condition. That's pretty good. You can throw aside all concern for defense to attack with increased ferocity. Yeah, so this is good. Oh, hold on. This has changed to be better. No. Where's the old barbarian? Danger sense. Okay, so this is... You have advantage on dex saving throws against things you can see, such as traps or spells. You can't be blinded, deafened, or incapacitated. So now, I think that's better now. This is more powerful. It just says... you don't have to have... you don't have to... It doesn't have to be a thing you can see. So you've now just got Spidey sense. As long... You just have advantage on dex saving throws. Unless you're... And then the conditions are actually lowered as well. Blinded, deafened, or incapacitated. So... It's just incapacitated. So objectively, danger sense has got better. Which is cool. So at 3, you'll get your subclass. We'll just keep going with the base barbarian. So do we still get primal knowledge here, barbarian? So we don't... So primal knowledge seems to be new. It could be new or replacing something, but it is gaining proficiency in another skill of your choice, which is great, always good. In addition, while your rage is active, you can get a... While your rage is active, you can channel to perform certain tasks. You can make a strength check even at user... Oh! This is cool. So whenever you make an ability check using acrobatics, intimidation, perception, stealth, or survival, the idea of using a strength check for stealth to like pick up a door and just kind of like shimmy along a wall while you're raging is very funny to me. The fact that stealth is in there is very, very funny. So when you use this ability, your strength represents your primal power coursing through you, honing your agility and bearing in your senses. I love that. I think that's a really cool addition. I think there's a really funny addition in the stealth check version of it. And I know that not all barbarians, not all barbarians are gonna be strength based, but I just think it's funny. I just think it's a good time. That is gonna work quite well. Okay, so with that. What do we got here? Ability score improvement, that's normal. 8, 12, 16. Yeah, every 4 levels. Rage, stealth, rage, looting. Yeah, I know, right? Extra attack. I know I'm facing the other way, my hip's sore. You can attack twice instead of attacking once when you take the attack action on your turn. Great, that's pretty good. Fast movement is the same. So where do we get this? Are we getting these at different times now? No bonus performance. No rage looting. No rage looting. So this is just called fast movement. What's this called? Fast movement. It's the same thing. What this? Hat in time. A bit loud. Fast movement, feral instinct. By 7th level, your instinct. So level 6. What are we getting at level 6? Oh, we get a path feature, so that's all normal. Feral instinct is there. If you're surprised at the beginning of combat and aren't incapacitated, you can act normally. So you generally just have advantage on initiative rolls. If you are surprised and aren't incapped, you can just act normally. So only if you rage on your first turn. Most barbarians will be raging. But it means that at the very least, with your instincts, you can never be surprised. And that had to be changed, obviously, because oh no, sorry. I'm reading the old one. Okay, so they just took away the surprise thing. You just have advantage on initiative rolls. So by that logic, if you are surprised, just cancels itself out. It'll be flat roll, which is basically act normally on your first turn anyway. Because you would lose your turn anyway. So they took it away, not for clarity, but because it just doesn't matter anymore, which is fine. Instinctive pounce is part of a bonus action you take on your rage. You can move up to half the speed. I like that. That is new. Instinctive pounce is new. So level 7, you get a little extra thing. You get the feral instinct and the instinctive pounce. So moving up to half your speed is actually quite nice. So you'll position yourself like we said earlier, and then you'll do your instinctive pounce, and then you'll. Okay, good. That's a separate slider. You can have that louder and I'll have that lower, please. So you place yourself down and then you move, basically like a pre-combat maneuver in that sense. I like that. My lizards are looking at me like they want food, but I'll feed you after stream. Okay, so level 8, you'll get your ability score increase and you'll get your weapon mastery, so new again. Brutal Strike. If you use the reckless attack, you can forego any advantage on strength-based attack roll on your turn. This is your source. Hold on, let me bring it over here. Oh, this is your source. So it really doesn't just have it in the player's handbook? Okay, so this is... Oh, man, wrong link. Okay, so...
possibilities
Let's listen to Mr.
start
Crawford.
multiplying, particularly if you have weapon mastery and you're also playing a class that eventually gets extra attack, because you can start using one weapon for one of those attacks and another weapon for the other one and exploit their different mastery properties to create some fascinating tactical combinations yourself.
So the Great Club has push, which makes perfect sense. You can knock someone back 10 feet. But a heavy crossbow, it's perfect, because if you want to knock someone off a cliff, if you want to shoot someone right off the wall of a castle, that has a new element of strategy now.
And right there too, you see when you compare the mastery properties on the different weapons.
Yeah, that's it. Okay, so there's definitely a thing in here with like what takes an action to equip a weapon. If it's not in there, it's just free then, I would assume. Because it hasn't specified... Alright. Because it doesn't specify what the action of equipping a weapon is, it would be assumed to be free. Because these rules supersede the old rules, right? So that means overall, if it doesn't say it in there... I mean, I already rule changing weapons for free anyway, but, you know, if it doesn't say, then it will be probably a free action. Or if it's someone asked me, there's no rules for this, I'd be like, free action. Why not? Unless you're picking up like a cannon or something like that. You know, you're picking up something with two hands and it's like a cannon off a ship as a Goliath to shoot the cannon with your hands. Probably going to be a bit more because you'll have to stick that down and do that stuff. I mean, if you just drop it, I don't even know if I would rule it then because you're already strong enough. Who knows? We'll find out. If it comes down to it, we'll find out. We'll rule it as we need. Okay, so Brutal Strike. Is this different? Brutal Critical. Okay, so Brutal Critical used to be, at 9th level, you get an additional damage dice with a crit. And then 13 and 17. And then 4 effects. So Brutal is... So Brutal is pairing with your 2nd level ability of Reckless, which is giving you advantage on strength rolls and 4 attacks. And attack rolls against you now have advantage. So if you use Reckless attack, you can forego the advantage on the strength-based roll. So you still get the bad thing. And that's definitely a spam call. Let me just check. Haha, nice try. I'm not with Optus. Calling from Canberra. If the chosen attack roll hits, the target takes extra damage at the same time dealt by the weapon, and you can use one Brutal Strike effect of your choice. So now so Brutal Strike seems modular now. You can't already have disadvantage. And it deals a flat extra D10, so it's no longer crit based. Which overall is better, right? That's better. Because crits are great, but how often do they come up? Now, I can stop having advantage. As long as I don't have disadvantage, I can deal an extra D10 of damage. I feel like that's better in almost every scenario. And then, like, what? 18 rolls are better. That will have a D10 of damage if you would wish to, versus 2, because the second being a nat 1. You won't get it. It'd be 1 that you do and 1 that you definitely don't. And then you get extra damage if you choose to do it. You will still suffer the... you will still suffer the other side of Reckless Attack, because the attack rolls against you will have advantage. But the Brutal Strike is I can exert more force. Now, you can push them 15 feet, as well as dealing more damage, and you can move up to half your speed towards them to chase them down, which is pretty cool, without provoking opportunity. I like that a lot. I think that's a really good addition. Hamstring blow. You can reduce their. Okay, so this is chopping him in the knee. All right, so, and this is with a melee attack, right? No, a strength-based attack. I can throw a javelin into someone and hamstring them. This is a Baldur's Gate thing. I can hamstring them and reduce their speed till 15 feet. So I can half their. Oh, it's not even half their speed. It's by 15. So it's not. That's actually better in the way of it's not going to punish a monk so far as to, because they will get like 60 to 80 feet movement. So reducing them by 15 still means they're fast. They just get a little bit rather than a literal arrow to the knee type deal. Yeah, you're right, Andy. Also, hey Andy, how you doing? Yeah, literally an arrow to the knee type deal. So you jab it in the knee. So it's specifically with this barbarian one, it has to be a strength-based roll. So that's hand axe, javelin, any kind of weapon that you would throw that doesn't rely on like range, like dexterity. So weapon properties. I don't know where they went. Weapons. So anything that doesn't have like finesse, or I think it's light or finesse. No, ranged. Just thrown weapons, light hammer as well. These are all strength based until it says otherwise. And finesses, you can choose both. You got done with a session. Like just then? Wait. No, because Gay Pirates is on Monday. Did you just play another session like on stream or something? What you doing? What you got? You've activated my special interest. Like you just played? Yeah. So right now, I'm only streaming for a little bit longer because I want to get off and hang out with Jess before I go to work at like 6:30. So I want to spend some time with Jess after she's finished work. And I've also been streaming for 5.5 hours. So I'm gonna come back, Andy. If you are around tomorrow daytime. Oh, lovely. What are you running? Is it homebrew? Is it a campaign book? Oh, I also have, if you are free during the day, I might hit you up about something, by the way. About a little guesty guest, if you're keen. What am I saying? I'm going to stream this tomorrow again, too. So I'll wake up and do, like, maybe... I don't know if 9 a.m. will work, because it's quite early for everybody. Keys from the Golden Vault mixed with Homebrew? Heck yeah. Keys from the Golden Vault is a very good book. I'm gonna do another stream going through a lot more of this because I know we spent like the majority of today basically doing an intro to the new handbook and reading over the rules as a basic sense. So I might do another stream tomorrow reading it out more, maybe do like 2-3 hours, and then I'll also keep streaming to do more of a design stream as well because I need to design some overlays for said thing that I was going to ask you about. Yeah, I'll DM you. It won't be like for a few months, because we need the campaign to get on its feet first, and then it'll be opening up to guests. But in short, if you're keen, I will hit you up. Lockie, if you have a morning free as well on a Tuesday, like 10 till 1 maybe. If you have a morning free, I'll get you on there too, buddy. Anyone who is free on a Tuesday, show me interest, and I will get in contact to maybe schedule something if you are doing content. Okay, so what do we got here? Yeah, let me know. Even if you just want to like take a half day and come play some D&D with me, I would love that. But you should get paid to go to work and take off the time you want, and don't not get paid because I'm pressuring. Yeah, don't do that. Get paid. I think Brutal Strike is very, very good now. It's not, you know. When I say very, very good, I don't consider like optimal. I don't consider like meta. I'm just saying I think that's a good change for the class. Relentless Rage. Okay. I'm pretty sure I know what this one does. Relentless Rage. You can keep fighting despite grievous wounds. You drop to 0 points. Don't die outright. Key factor. You can make a con save, and if you succeed, you drop to 1 instead. Every time you use this feature after the first, it increases by 5, and then the resets to 10 on a rest. That's great. Oh, that's a way better heal. Okay. So your rage can keep fighting. You drop to 0 while your rage is active and don't die outright. You can make a DC saving throw. If you succeed, your hit points instead change to a number equal to twice your barbarian level. Immediately at level 1, that is better. If you are level 10, Relentless Rage will put you back at 20 health. That's great. And then the DC resets the same way. So the change here is your hit points go up significantly more. And I know why they're doing that. It's because if you Relentless Rage and you get multi-attacked, any damage will take you down again. The point of Relentless Rage is you get a small second wind and you just keep going. Which means barbarians are harder than ever, even harder to take them down. Hey, Darkstar, how you doing? We are wrapping up soon, just a heads up, but we are reading the barbarian, and the changes are looking good. They're looking quite good. I like it. I'm liking it. Okay, so what do we got here? That was magic. Oh, it was good. It was good. We played a Bloomburrow draft, and I don't. You know, Tom bought the decks. No, not the decks. He bought the booster box, so he got to keep all the cards. We got to see all the pretty pictures, and he got a Ral Zarek Otter, and it was very cute. I really liked it. Oh, and he also got like 2 Mabels, the star character of it, and he got like one in a really nice frame, and got like a regular one too. All right, Sundering Blow. We've done that. Persistent Rage. Oh no, we haven't done Improved Brutal Strike. Okay, so you get 2 new options on your Brutal Strike. And Brutal Strike is the one back here for your reckless attack. So, what do we got here? Staggering Blow. If you hit someone and you have dealt damage, there's a prerequisite. The target now has disadvantage on the next saving throw it makes, and it can't make opportunity attacks. Okay, so you've pushed them back. They're a bit dazed. And then the saving throw gets worse. That's quite good. I like in this that the Barbarian is more now than just damage if they so choose. And it's not just about getting advantage and being quick. There's some tactician stuff in here now, which I really like. Might actually talk to Saz, who's playing a new Barbarian. I might be like, you should take a look at these new things because everything is better so far. Well, in my opinion, I think the Barbarian is better for this right now. I think overall, it is a better class. I mean, if you disagree, let me know. I'm happy to also talk about it. This is my opinion. I'm talking about my experience of playing rather than I don't talk optimally. I can see the optimal stuff, but I don't tend to not spec into it unless I'm playing at a table that needs it. Okay, so Sundering Blow. Before the start of your next turn, your next attack roll made by another creature against... We'll finish Barbarian before I finish up stream. Don't worry. Next attack roll made by another creature and gains +5 to the roll. Oh, okay. So this is a help action for somebody else. An attack roll can only gain 1 Sundering Blow bonus. This is cool. That's great. When you roll initiative on Persistent Rage. What's this one? Okay, so Improved Brutal is good. Improved Brutal is just extra damage again, so it becomes way more interesting. What have we got here? Regular Barbarian with Persistent Rage. It's just, it always is active until you end it. Now Persistent Rage is, when you roll initiative, you can do all rages, your charges, and after you use as a rage, you can't do it until a long rest. Your rage is so fierce, it lasts 10 minutes no matter what, without doing anything to extend it. Okay, so this one's actually a nerf. Your rage is so fierce until you choose to end it. Now, that would be assumedly at the end of the day. But this one is... with the other pseudo nerf that Rage got, because Rage works better in different ways now, like bonus action to extend it, and you can rage up to 10 minutes. That's fantastic. It's no longer a minute. It's no longer you have to take damage or attack or blah, blah, blah. You can extend it at will. However, you have to keep doing that. This Persistent Rage now removes it, but you have to spend all of your rages for the day. But it means that you get the rage for 10 minutes, which is great. No longer a minute to do that. It's not permanent, so it's not like all day. But like, if you think about the flavor of how a rage will work, you're not going to be angry and raging all day. So it makes sense that would only be for like 10 minutes, because when you take a short rest, you're not going to be like, God, I'm so angry, I'm going to keep being so angry. Ah. You're not going to do that. That's not a thing that would happen. Like in character, you drop rage. I guess the other version is like your rage only ends if you end it, but this like by and large, this is a nerf. It combos though with the regular rage that is existing because it's 10 minutes. So it's more nerf than buff. Because the buff comes in the form of the race beige, the base rage. But this ability overall is a bit of a nerf. So that's what we're looking at. And the extra damage dice of your Brutal Strike is 2d10. Now, in addition, you can use 2 Brutal Strikes whenever you use the Brutal Strike feature. So this is great. At level 17, you can now use 2 out of the 4 of your extra stuff. That's fantastic. And your Brutal Strike is more damage. Even better. Barbarian always wants more damage, but now Barbarian wants more damage plus extra effect. Indomitable Might. Is this the same? Your Strength check is less. Okay. If your total for a strength check is less than your score, you can use that in place of the total. Same thing. Epic Boon. Epic Boons, I think, are for everybody now. You gain an Epic Boon feat, or another feat of your choice of which you qualify. Boon of Irresistible Offense is recommended. Let's take a look at that. Whoa, that's fucking awesome. All right, that's a great capstone. Okay, Boon of Irresistible Offense. Oh, I opened both. Okay, so Boon of Irresistible Offense. So these boons are like, you've got your feats now. They've kind of expanded the feats quite greatly. Origin feats, general fighting, and and then epic boon. Epic boons are like very clearly, look, 19 plus. You are only going to get one of these unless you go up to level 30. And this is how you extend your ability scores to 30 now. These are your top of the range good boons. Now, you will gain a lot of these when you go from 20 to 30. So you'll end up with 10 of these as you hit level 30, which means that if you increase one ability score of your 1 up to a maximum of 30, it means you would need to take 10 in that score to ever hit 30. It means that one score will only ever be 30, which is interesting. And Irresistible Offense is Strength or Dex goes up by 1. Overcome defenses. Bludgeoning, piercing, slashing always ignores resistance. That is fantastic. When you roll a 20, when you roll a crit, you can roll extra damage equal to the ability score increased by this feat, which would be like 6 or 7 by 5 to 6 by that point. Probably 5. Oh, actually, if you have giant strength stuff, it would be higher. But the damage dice type is the same as the attacks type. That is really good. That's a really good boon. So for a barbarian, would love it. Oh, and Primal Champion is the top. Okay, so 20th level, you embody the power of the wilds, and your strength and constitution goes up by 4 for a maximum of so it used to be 24, but now it's 25. So it makes room for. Oh, this makes room. Okay, I understand why. If you were 20 strength and you gained your epic boon of Irresistible Offense, it means that you would already be 21, and so it'd be your thing. It would already be 21, which means that the maximum of this naturally would be 25. So it's not actually a buff or a debuff. It is simply just accounting for the previous rule. Okay. Oh, that's a lot of talking. Okay. It's 4 o'clock now. I'm probably gonna call it here. I know I said I've done base barbarian. We'll come back tomorrow. I'll get straight into the barbarian subclasses because I really should jump off. It's been almost 6 hours of stream, which is great. Thank you for sticking around if you have. Thank you for joining, and thank you for following if you have also just joined us today. And anyone who was just learning today, I hope this has been... I know it's been 6 hours of info dumping, but I hope it's been useful for you. And I might clip these segments into 2 different VODs. One will be learning the how to play D&D with like a full read through of this, the how to play in the D&D handbook, and then I might chop up these for like, you explicitly here to support Ash's position on whether the dice are edible. Like I said, you can do that. You can do that. I just got the book tonight. Need to read up on it now and to know what I want to play for session 0 next week. The new. Have you played before, Durgo? Are you like jumping edition or are you getting into the edition? Also, hey Durgo, how you doing? Thanks for the lurk. Until now. I'll pick up this tomorrow. I'm gonna pick up at about 9 or 10 a.m. Australian time. No worry, Promi. I'm gonna, like I said, I'm gonna upload all of this. I'm gonna upload all of this to I might upload it to main channel actually, and go like, this is a full read through of the how to play part of the player's handbook, and then I'm going to for every class and subclass, it'll just be like a full play, but I'll upload those segments as separate videos too. So I'll just top and tail everything, and I'll just put them up on the channel. People can and watch and read. It will be more of just like this, reading it and just talking, but it'll be on YouTube basically. I'll put it on the main Split the Party channel rather. I'll put this stuff on the stream channel, and I'll like the whole raw, and then I'll put the more curated one that's split up into segments on the main channel. In the meantime with Dragon Break. So that'll be a little task for me. Played for 15 years, started with 2E. You've been playing longer than I have. Been playing 5E for a while. Now the new book is out. We're changing to the new stuff for this next game. Fair enough. Yeah, so I'm about to start a Vecna campaign with my casual game with the cast, Split the Party cast, and I would like everyone to use, because I'll be DMing, I would like everyone to use exclusively the new classes just to see what's gonna go on. And then if we like it or don't like it, we might change after that. But like from what I've read now, Barbarian's like just, I like Barbarian better as a person for balance, because brutal, critical, and stuff like that is I think it's better. I think it's a good thing. 4 us have the new book. A few more have the digital copy. Oh, did you go to Gen Con and buy it? We haven't got it out here in Australia yet, so we are just on D&D Beyond right now. If you saw my promo earlier today on socials, it was me pasting an image over the other over a Curse of Strahd book I had on hand. If you want to follow us though, give us a follow. You'll see us when we go live. And the Discord, we are also talking about this stuff. If you want to come in. Oh, nice. Okay. Wow, that's early. Thank you for the follow, Durgo.
Welcome to the cult of Yondala.
I'll come back with the barbarian, starting with the barbarian subclasses. We'll do some chatting and then I'll get into it. I'll start maybe, because I'll probably stream all day again, because I'll do the work that I was just going to do offline online, because it's designing either way and I can get feedback live that way. But we'll do a couple hours to try and get through all the class stuff, and then I'll come back tomorrow. I'll come back straight away with the barbarian subclasses. I keep saying it. Tune in. Just tune in. Hey, thank you for coming. Let's give someone a little raidy raid. I'm gonna raid into Rin. Rin is gonna be on our oh, yes. I'm starting a new project next Tuesday, and I know I've already got a new project on Tuesdays, but it's the only day that we could all play. So you get double D&D Tuesdays. What we're going to do is I'm going to play a Curse of Strahd campaign with Saz from Meeples and Dragons, with Ash. Ash makes stuff, one of our wonderful mods. I'm going to play with Rin Vixen, who we're about to raid in, and 8-Bit Elliot. We're all going to play a Curse of Strahd campaign from 10 a.m. on Tuesdays, weekly until we complete it, or we're going to try our darndest to complete it. Otherwise, scheduling will get in the way of us and we will all perish. We're going to try our hardest. We really like the session 0 we had the other day. It was a really long one, really getting to know each other. And we come up with some cool backstories, so I'm really interested. But in the meantime, let's give Rin a raid. I'll see you all tomorrow. We'll keep going with this. If you wanna get the alert notifications, jump in the Discord. Otherwise, you'll just see it on socials generally. What are you two doing? Being naughty. Chasing each other. The lizard's over there. So we're gonna go to Rin. and I hope to see you tomorrow. If you have enjoyed this, I'm enjoying it. I haven't read this before. This is a blind read through for me. I've only seen the stuff that was on YouTube, and I have forgotten most of it. So I simply want to. Good to see you, Durga. I simply want to learn the rules myself because this is my job. I am a professional DM and content creator, so it is in my incentive to get across this as soon as possible and then start hosting games. I will also have some start playing listings going up for exclusively the new 5.5 content. We can get to learn it, and I'll probably do a little discount. I mean, discounted for my prices games, around regular American pricing if you're already on start playing. So keep an eye out for that as well. If you want to see, I'll probably post in the Discord for that as well, and on Around the Place. If you would like a cheaper than my regular rate game, I'd love to see you there. Probably host a few of those, and who knows, if we like it, we can do some daytime campaigns as well. Okay, let's see you tomorrow. Bye bye.